Chapter 13:11. With the six utmost powerful beings controlling Yi Xian, the human Tao Master and Extreme Emotion Master did not want to be left behind as well. They appeared beside Yi Xian at the same time and grabbed onto Yi Xian's body, releasing their utmost powers as well. At this moment, an extremely horrifying scene appeared. In the vast universe, in the boundless starry skies, Yi Xian was being pulled by the eight utmost powerful beings. Thankfully, even though the eight of them were releasing their godly powers, they were still controlling their own powers. Otherwise, Yi Xian would definitely die in the hands of the eight utmost powerful beings. How dare you guys fight with me? I'll definitely settle this with you guys one by one in the future. The undying Heaven Master roared out in rage. However, he did not dare to strike out at this moment. If he were to strike out, Yi Xian would definitely die in this chaotic situation. This was not an outcome that he wanted to see. Undying, you think you're worthy of fighting with me? Wait till I break the final taboo of the heaven-devouring demonic skill. I'll definitely skin you alive. The heaven-devouring demon master roared out tyrannically. Whoever dares to touch him today, I'll send him into the river of time. The space-time master was enraged to the extreme. He was already prepared to activate the river of time to rescue Yi Xian from the hands of these utmost powerful beings. Big brother Spacetime, you're joking. The river of time has existed since ancient times. So what if you're the Spacetime master? Do you think that we're afraid that we won't be able to walk out of the river of time? The Extreme Emotion Master sneered. At this moment, the eight utmost powerful beings were in a stalemate. None of them were willing to back down even a little bit as they held on to Yi Xian tightly, refusing to let go. No one could break this stalemate. This stalemate did not last for long before it was broken by someone. Alright. Since none of you are willing to let go, I'll plant a heaven-devouring seed in him and have him accept my inheritance completely. By then, I'll see what you guys can do to me. The heaven-devouring demon master roared out in rage as his heaven-devouring demonic skill was raised to its peak. A strand of heaven-devouring demonic light surged out from his arm towards Yi Xian wildly. How dare you! The expressions of the seven utmost powerful beings changed as they roared out at the heaven-devouring demon master. One had to know that if the heaven-devouring demon lord planted the heaven-devouring seed in Yi Xian's body, it would be equivalent to accepting the inheritance of the heaven-devouring demon lord. Even if they could snatch Yi Xian away, it would be useless in the future. Fine. Since you dare to do this, then don't blame me. The undying Heaven Lord roared in anger. The power of nirvanic extermination surged out from his body, and similarly, he extended his arm and rushed towards Yi Xian. In your dreams. The Lord of the Extreme Fiend roared coldly, sending his Extreme Fiend power surging towards Yi Xian as well. Space-time. Karma. Myriad spirits. Extreme emotion. Destroy. At this moment, the other utmost powerful beings no longer had any reservations as they channeled their utmost powers into Yi Xian. All of them wanted to plant a seed within Yi Xian's body. When the eight utmost powerful beings did this, Yi Xian was instantly met with an unimaginable calamity. What a supreme power! And these were the utmost powers of the eight utmost powerful beings. Now that they were channeling into Yi Xian's body at the same time, the consequences were unimaginable. Even the eight utmost powerful beings did not know what was going to happen. Arg! Yi Xian howled in agony as his body swelled up like a rubber ball. The powers of the eight utmost powerful beings were running wildly within his body, as though they were going to explode him alive. Yi Xian had never felt such pain before. Even words like, living a life worse than death, could not describe the calamity that Yi Xian was in right now. His physical body and soul felt as though they were being ground down bit by bit at this moment. Stop! Stop! Looking at Yi Xian's swollen body, the Lord of Spacetime's expression changed drastically as he roared furiously, "If this goes on, he will die. None of us will be able to get him. If I can't get him, I will destroy him. None of you can get him." The Lord of Destruction laughed maniacally. He controlled the power of destruction to begin with, so his temperament was extremely extreme. "Kid, if you want to live, hurry up and accept my heaven-devouring legacy. Then you won't have to endure this pain anymore." The heaven-devouring demon master roared madly. "Yi Xian, hang in there." The Lord of Spacetime roared furiously. He was constantly thinking of ways to save Yi Xian. Countless ideas flashed through his mind, but he rejected them all one by one. Arg! Yi Xian's body swelled to the extreme as it cracked inch by inch. He was on the verge of exploding as large amounts of blood gushed out from his body. At this critical moment, an ancient and boundless voice rang out in the chaotic universe. "Infinite chaos. Rumble." The primal chaos trembled and everything fell silent. That strand of primal chaos light illuminated the entire universe and instantly covered Yi Xian. The 8 supreme experts retreated with a loud bang, and Yi Xian's entire body was enveloped by the primal chaos light. Dong! 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 As vast and boundless as the heavens, 2 boundlessly imposing figures walked out from the ends of the primal chaos. The aura of chaos and destiny covered the heavens and earth, and the sound of footsteps could be heard from all over the universe. Chaos and destiny. When the 2 figures walked step by step towards the 8 paragons, the 8 paragons' expressions changed. Then, they fell silent, and a hint of fear flashed through their eyes. Chaos verse, 12 periods. The first period was the Lord of Chaos. He was also the first person to achieve the Tao. He was known as the strongest person in the Chaos verse, and he controlled the legendary river of chaos. The second period was the Lord of Destiny. He was the second person to achieve the Tao. He was known to control the trajectory of the Chaos verse fate, and everything in the universe rested in his heart. When the 2 explorers of the universe arrived, there was a huge change in the situation. The 8 paragons' expressions naturally turned ugly. "This child is the destined one. He wants to return to the Chaos Shrine with me. All of you, back off." The Lord of Chaos figure was blurry, and no one could see his appearance clearly. However, when he spoke, the entire Chaos verse hummed, and the sound of sutras could be heard. It was as if no one could defy his will. In the Chaos verse, destiny engenders each other. This child is not under the control of destiny. In the future, he might be able to unravel the secrets of the land of reincarnation. The Lord of Destiny was dressed in white, and his figure was illusory. The power of destiny circled around him, and many illusions appeared behind him. It was as if he was the embodiment of destiny, and recorded the fate of all living beings in the Chaos verse. What a joke! My 2 brothers have said so much just to take this child away. Unfortunately, you can't take him away. Even in the face of the Lord of Chaos and Lord of Destiny, the undying Heaven Lord showed no fear. He pointed the blade in his hand at the 2 of them, and the annihilation light seemed to penetrate the Chaos verse. "Both of you are paragons. Although the 2 of you achieved the Tao earlier, it won't be that easy for you to take this child away." The sky-devouring demon master was unwilling to fall behind, and he also spoke coldly. Although the Lord of Chaos and Lord of Destiny were here, the paragons present were not afraid. No one was willing to take half a step back. This was because their future path was related to them, and it was also related to their dignity as paragons. No one would allow themselves to lose this opportunity. Arg! Suddenly, a mournful scream rang out. Although the 8 paragons were forced to retreat by the Lord of Chaos, the seeds they planted in Yi Xian's body were still wreaking havoc. The pain they inflicted on Yi Xian was unimaginable. Chapter 13:12. Freeze. The space-time master's expression was cold as he pointed a finger at Yi Xian. The power of time froze him, delaying his calamity. The 10 strongest are all gathered here. It seems that this little friend of mine is no ordinary person. He can actually gather all of us here. The space-time master sneered. His gaze was extremely cold. I don't want to waste time on nonsense. He cultivated the undying immortal scripture, which means that he inherited my legacy. Today, I will take him away. I hope you won't stop me, the undying heaven master said in a low voice. What a joke. The sky-devouring demon master stepped out and sneered. He doesn't just have the power of nirvanic destruction. He also cultivated the general principles of the sky-devouring demonic art. Can you say that he is my successor? This child is fated to be with me. The power of karma is entangled with each other. None of you can take him away, the human Tao master said coldly. He also didn't back down. Big brothers, you must be joking. He is not under the control of the chaotic universe. It is very likely that he will unravel the secrets of the chaotic reincarnation. It is related to our future lives. How can you take him away just because you want to? The extreme love master sneered. We are the strongest. There is no need to say anything more. Since none of you are willing to back down, then let's rely on our own abilities. The destruction master's murderous intent was very strong. They were all the strongest, so none of them would submit to the other. Then, they would fight to see who would emerge victorious. I have the same intention, the extreme demon master said coldly. The lord of the extreme devil coldly agreed. The power of the extreme devil rippled with a loud rumble. The billowing sea of devil chi had already appeared, and his eyes had turned blood-red. The chaotic universe has 12 Yuanlis. This era is the 10th Yuanlis. I, the Lord of all spirits, suppress this era. It seems that you don't put me in your eyes. Rumble. The Lord of all spirits was indeed terrifying. He took a step forward, and the might of the chaotic universe bloomed. He merged with the chaotic universe, and the absolute power he displayed instantly changed everyone's expression. Logically speaking, the Lord of Chaos was the strongest among the 10 strongest, followed by the Destiny Spacetime. However, the birth of every Yuanhui paramount expert would be a perfect match for the Lord of all spirits. Not even the Lord of Chaos would necessarily be a match for him. The Eons were like the heavens, suppressing the world. This wasn't just a saying. Every supreme expert born in a Yuanhui represented the Chaos verse, and even more so, the Great Tao. Their terror was absolutely unimaginable. This was the 10th Eon, the era of the Lord of all spirits. Thus, even though he was facing the 9 supreme beings, he didn't feel the slightest fear. Fellow Taoists, please calm down. It was like the sound of the morning bell, the sound of the Grand Tao. The Master of Chaos finally spoke. His voice was vast, calm, and carried an indescribable charm, and it caused the 9 supreme experts to gradually calm down. The primal chaos is like a chessboard, and all living beings are chess pieces. Even the strongest beings like us are unable to break through the primal chaos impasse, let alone push open that gate of reincarnation. The Master of Primal Chaos spoke slowly. He was narrating a fact, allowing the 9 utmost powerful beings to listen attentively. This child isn't controlled by the Chaos verse, and his life's trajectory isn't recorded in the long river of destiny. His future was once walked in the long river of time. This person has the opportunity that we want, and also the clue that we need to open the gate of reincarnation. Therefore, I suggest that he return to the Chaos Shrine with me. If I can uncover the secret on his body, I will naturally share it with all of you. I can also swear an oath to the Primal Chaos that I will never go back on my oath. The Master of Primal Chaos said a lot. He didn't want to make a move against these supreme experts. Although he believed that he could suppress them, the consequences of making a move were too unpredictable. It was best to settle this matter peacefully. Time, space, and fate are the three great laws of the Chaos Verse. If you don't agree, then the three of us can only take him away by force. The Master of Fate's voice was cold. He controlled the fate of all living beings, and he was born with a transcendent aura. Even when facing the other supreme experts, he still had a lofty attitude. At this moment, the two supreme experts had already expressed their stance. The Master of Spacetime frowned slightly. If he wanted to protect Yi Xian by himself, it was impossible. Only by standing together with the two supreme experts could he give Yi Xian a chance of survival. In the eyes of the Master of Spacetime, although these supreme experts spoke very well and wanted to take Yi Xian as a disciple and make him their successor, they all had their own intentions. In fact, the Master of Spacetime knew very well what each of them was thinking. Take the Immortal Heaven Lord for example. He knew that Yi Xian had the small cauldron and even made the heaven-destroying halberd recognize him as its master. He just wanted to use Yi Xian as bait to uncover the ultimate secrets of the primal chaos. The heaven-devouring demon master's plan was even simpler. The heaven-devouring demonic art he cultivated was extremely terrifying and was said to be able to devour the heavens and the earth. However, in the face of other supreme experts, his devouring technique was inadequate. According to the Master of Spacetime's guess, the heaven-devouring demonic art created by the heaven-devouring demon master had reached the end, and Yi Xian's calamity transcender technique was the opportunity for the heaven-devouring demonic art. The heaven-devouring demon master wanted Yi Xian's calamity transcender technique. If he could make the heaven-devouring demonic art take the final step, he would probably be able to devour the other supreme experts. At that time, he would probably become the strongest among the supreme experts, and it was very likely that he would be able to open the gate of reincarnation. As for the other supreme experts, their thoughts were similar. Everyone had their own ideas about Yi Xian. Whether it was for themselves or for the future variables, as long as they had Yi Xian in their hands, they would be able to sit firmly on the fishing platform. Boom! The Master of Spacetime took a step forward. He had finally made a decision to stand together with the primal chaos and destiny. When the three supreme experts stood together, the expressions of the other seven supreme experts suddenly changed. Even the Lord of all spirits, who had always been incomparably powerful, had a heavy look in his eyes. The primal chaos and destiny spacetime. When the three of them were together, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Rather, it almost encompassed the most basic order of the chaotic universe. Primal chaos, destiny, and spacetime. These three supreme powers were the supreme laws. The operation of all things in the primal chaos could not be separated from these three great laws. Therefore, the three of them were also known as the strongest in the primal chaos. At this moment, the three supreme experts were standing together. Even if the Lord of all spirits had achieved his Tao and was supported by the laws of primal chaos, facing the pressure of the three supreme experts, he admitted that he was not their match. Silence, silence, a deathly silence. The seven supreme experts' expressions were solemn as they stared at the three supreme experts. Unknowingly, the auras of the seven people were connected, and a chaotic and austere atmosphere quietly grew. Primal chaos, do you really want to start a war between the supreme experts? The undying Heaven Lord said coldly. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. The light of annihilation quietly circulated, and the surrounding starry sky was annihilated inch by inch. In the universe, primal chaos reigned supreme. The Lord of primal chaos words were concise and comprehensive. Although his voice was calm, it contained an inviolable will. With just you? The undying Heaven Lord laughed maniacally. Although he was wary of the Lord of primal chaos, it was only a slight fear. As one of the supreme experts of all time, he, the undying Heaven Lord, was unparalleled. How could he take half a step back just because the three supreme experts joined forces? Chapter 13:13. The undying heaven saber struck out decisively. The black saber seemed to be able to split the universe apart as the saber light that pierced through the universe slashed out at the three utmost powerful beings. Destiny. Boom. The Master of Destiny struck out with a single palm as the power of destiny gushed out. Although it did not seem like it was revealing any power, it turned the saber of the undying Heaven Master into nothingness in the next moment. What was destiny? The primal chaos had its own destiny. Everything was contained within destiny, and no one could reverse it. That was the terror of destiny. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Even though the undying Heaven Master had a tyrannical temperament, he was not an arrogant person. Against the three strongest beings in the chaotic universe, there was no way he could take them on alone. Naturally, he had to remind the other six utmost powerful beings to give it their all. Only then would they be able to take down Yi Xian. Do it. The Master of Destruction was the most ferocious as he sent out an extremely powerful technique that pierced through the Milky Way of the universe. God knows how many stars were shattered as he struck out at the three utmost powerful beings. Everyone says that the three of you are the strongest beings in the chaotic universe. But, your master here thinks that it's nothing but a joke. Today, I'm here to seek guidance from the three of you. The heaven-devouring demon master took a step forward as his heaven-devouring demonic skill was able to annihilate everything. That terrifying devouring power was released to its limits as it formed an extremely powerful technique that struck out at the three utmost powerful beings. Extreme Demon Heaven's Wrath. The Extreme Demon Master roared out as his demonic light shone through the ages as he struck out at the three utmost powerful beings. The Master of Human Tao, the power of karma. The Master of Extreme Emotions, the power of extreme emotions. As for the Master of all spirits who had attained his Tao, he was even more domineering than anyone else. When all seven of them struck out at the same time, the consequences were unimaginable. Primal Chaos. The Master of Primal Chaos finally struck out as that invincible power of Primal Chaos spread out. Destiny. The Master of Destiny did not want to be left behind. That power of destiny that controlled the destiny of all spirits was released as well as a terrifying might. Space-Time. The Master of Time struck out as well. Waves of time rolled out as though the entire universe's spacetime had come to a standstill. Kill. Xing. When the 10 utmost powerful beings struck out at the same time, the entire chaotic universe trembled violently as everything turned to dust. The terrifying shockwaves from the 10 utmost powerful beings affected the entire universe as the destruction caused by them spread out endlessly. Bang bang bang. It had to be said that the three ultimate existences were indeed terrifying. Even when facing the combined attacks of the 7 ultimate existences, the 3 ultimate existences were not at a disadvantage at all. Instead, they were able to force the 7 ultimate existences back with a single attack. Logically speaking, in a battle of 3 against 7, the 7 should have an absolute advantage. However, the combination of chaos and destiny represented the order of chaos. It wasn't as simple as 1 plus 1. Even the 7 couldn't gain any advantage. Instead, they were at a slight disadvantage. However, each of the 10 strongest beings had condensed an ultimate body. Wanting to kill each other was simply nonsense. This battle would definitely be extremely time-consuming. Everyone, let's not hide anything. Today's matter concerns our future. How can we allow ourselves to hide anything? The undying Heaven Lord coldly roared as he rushed towards the 3 paragons once more. The other 6 paragons exchanged glances with one another as they frenziedly circulated their supreme techniques. Today, there was no way they would allow the 3 paragons to bring Yi Xian away. Rumble. The chaos exploded and the laws collapsed. When the 7 paragons truly attacked, the 3 paragons instantly felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Each of the 7 paragons had attained the Tao in a Yuan Hui. They were innately peerless characters. Whether it was their Tao heart or cultivation, they were already at the pinnacle of the chaotic universe. Even though the three paragons had joined forces and represented the basic order of the chaotic universe, it wasn't an easy task to suppress the seven paragons. Bang bang bang. Heaven and earth shook as the paragons unleashed their divine might. The 10 strongest beings finally engaged in a chaotic battle. For a moment, the chaotic universe trembled incessantly, turning this part of the world into a forbidden zone for the paragons. At this moment, Yi Xian was suffering both physically and mentally. However, with the chaos energy surrounding him, he was able to suppress the pain. Moreover, with his powerful willpower, his mind gradually cleared up. I'm so weak and pitiful. Yi Xian's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile as he watched the 10 strongest beings unleash one supreme technique after another. However, his eyes were filled with extreme bitterness and unwillingness. Yi Xian was a very clear-headed person. He could clearly see the situation before him. No matter who won or lost, Yi Xian, would not have a good ending. The Space-Time Lord did indeed want to protect him, but the Chaos and Fate Lord didn't share the same thoughts. As for the other 7 paragons, there was no need to even mention them. The Space-Time Lord was indeed very powerful and was even known as the third most powerful being in the chaotic universe. However, he was alone and couldn't protect Yi Xian. What to do? A difficult problem was placed before Yi Xian. If he wanted to escape this hopeless situation, he could only rely on himself. Future transformation technique? This idea instantly flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but he immediately rejected it. Future transformation technique was a forbidden technique. Back then, he'd only used it under the yin-yang divine punishment when he had the right time, place, and people to summon his illusory future self. In the current situation that Yi Xian was facing, it was impossible for him to use the future transformation technique. Furthermore, taking a step back, even if he could use the future transformation technique, even if he was powerful in the future, he would still be unable to break through this dangerous situation when facing the 10 strongest experts. At this moment, Yi Xian resisted the raging power of the 8 paragons in his body as he racked his brains for a way out of this perilous situation. His brows were tightly knitted together as he constantly weighed the pros and cons. In fact, before Yi Xian had come to the Shrine of Immortality, he'd already planned to burn all his boats. After all, he was extremely wary of the immortal God Lord. But now, the situation had changed greatly. The 10 paragons had arrived. This situation could be said to be unprecedented since ancient times. He didn't know if his greatest trump card would work. Yi Xian's trump card was very simple. It was the pair of ominous eyes in the river of time. Even his future self was extremely wary of this pair of ominous eyes. This also showed that the ominous eyes were absolutely terrifying to the extreme. However, the space-time master had once said that this pair of ominous eyes must not be drawn out from the river of time. Otherwise, it would bring about an unimaginable calamity and endanger Yi Xian's life. However, Yi Xian had no other choice now. He could only rely on the ominous eyes in the river of time. There was no other way to escape this perilous situation. As for his life, he couldn't care less now because there was a high chance that he would die if he fell into the hands of these paragons. In fact, Yi Xian didn't want to use this trump card because it was a double-edged sword. He didn't know what would happen if he drew out the pair of ominous eyes, let alone the terrifying consequences. Chapter 13-14. The thing that worried Yi Xian the most was the fact that the 8 ultimate seeds had been planted in him. They were frantically fighting for control in his body, almost bursting his body apart. This had already plunged Yi Xian into a life-and-death crisis. If it weren't for the Master of Chaos suppressing the 8 ultimate powers in his body, he would have already exploded and died. There was no path ahead. Yi Xian could only break through this dead end. Only then could he see a glimmer of hope. Even if he really drew out the ominous eyes and something terrifying happened, Yi Xian would have no regrets. Although Yi Xian had already made up his mind, he couldn't move his body and couldn't use his arts. He couldn't summon the river of time at all, let alone draw out the ominous eyes. Opportunity. Yi Xian was missing an opportunity. Only by grasping the most critical moment would he be able to break out of this life and death situation. Rumble. The starry universe collapsed horribly. The 10 ultimate experts were the pinnacle existences of the chaotic universe. At this moment, the power that erupted from their chaotic battle was simply too terrifying. Clang! 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 The battle between the 10 ultimate experts had reached a white-hot stage. They were all going all out. Divine weapons appeared in each of their hands. Every strike they struck out caused the starry sky to shatter. Chaos was the fate of spacetime. This represented the order of the chaotic universe. Although the 7 ultimate experts were also terrifying, the two sides were in a deadlock, unable to determine a victor. Moreover, each of the ultimate experts had condensed an ultimate body after attaining the Tao. This kind of ultimate body was undying and indestructible. Unless the ultimate experts of all eternity wanted to fight to the death, ordinary ultimate techniques wouldn't be able to cause any harm to either side. Bang! All of a sudden, a shattering sound that shook the universe rang out. The 3 utmost powerful beings and the 7 utmost powerful beings clashed and finally stopped at this moment. However, everyone's faces were flushed red, and the utmost powerful light that surrounded them was even more dazzling to the eye. You guys are too presumptuous. The master of primal chaos was boundlessly mighty. The light of primal chaos blotted out the sky and covered the earth. That wisp of peerless primal chaos energy was quietly growing, causing the universe to rumble and rumble. Moreover, the grand Tao of primal chaos rippled out. The master of chaos was known as the #1 being in the entire chaotic universe. His temperament could be said to be extremely aloof. But at this moment, he was truly enraged. It wasn't just because he was fighting over Yi Xian, but also because these utmost powerful beings were challenging his authority. The Lord of Primal Chaos was the first person to achieve the Tao in the Primal Chaos universe. He had experienced 10 Primal Chaos cycles, and his cultivation base could be said to be invincible in the Primal Chaos. Today, the 7 supreme beings had actually dared to attack him. This had already crossed his bottom line and challenged his dignity as the master of primal chaos. Hun Dun, although you have attained Tao earlier, you are not qualified to lecture us. The sky-devouring demon master said coldly. As an ultimate expert, when had he ever feared anyone? Brother Primal Chaos, I've told you long ago that there's no need to be merciful to these people. Only by directly suppressing them will we be able to save a lot of trouble. The Master of Fate said coldly. His grayish-white eyes were rotating, just like the merciless Fate. There was no emotion in them at all. If one were to ask who was the most merciless among the 10 greatest experts, it would undoubtedly be the Master of Fate. His temperament and way of thinking were both in line with the Tao of mercilessness. What was fate? Fate was a path that determined the birth and death of living beings. Everything in the world had to move forward according to the path of fate, and fate did not contain the slightest bit of emotion. Rather than saying that the Master of Fate cultivated the Tao of fate, it was more accurate to say that he cultivated the Tao of mercilessness. In his knowledge, there was no emotion that humans should have. There was only a belief in fate. As an ultimate expert, you want to suppress us? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue, fate? The undying Heaven Lord said coldly, pointing the heavenly blade in his hand at the 3 ultimate experts. Brother Primal Chaos, what are you waiting for? The Master of Fate did not bother to argue with words. His eyes were rotating slightly, and his voice resounded in the vast starry sky. Rumble. Suddenly, the Master of Primal Chaos stretched out his arms, and a chaotic aura soared into the sky. His body was emitting a boundless chaotic light, and the sound of sutras could be heard from his mouth. It was as if he was summoning something to descend. Not good, he's summoning the river of chaos. The Master of Destruction exclaimed, and the other ultimate experts' faces changed. Fate. Rumble. The Master of Fate was chanting as well, and the power of fate that had existed since ancient times rippled out. The wheel of fate appeared behind him, and it was rotating. Clearly, he was summoning the legendary river of fate. Stop them. The undying Heaven Lord roared coldly, and charged towards the two of them. If the two of them were to summon the two great rivers, they might really be able to suppress them on the spot. Even without the undying Heaven Lord's reminder, the other 6 ultimate experts attacked. Because all of them knew that if they were to really summon the two great rivers, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Rumble. The 7 ultimate experts attacked, but the legendary river of chaos and river of fate had already appeared in the starry sky. The sound of rolling waves could be heard in the chaotic universe. The chaos winding river and destiny winding river rumbled. 2 streams of winding river shot out, instantly blocking before the 2 utmost powerful beings and blocking the combined attack of the 7 utmost powerful beings. The chaotic universe had 12 periods. Within this chaotic universe, there were 3 great rivers. The first was chaos, the second was time, and the third was fate. The 3 great rivers represented the most basic order of the chaos verse. Legend had it that the 3 great rivers had existed even before the primordial chaos had been formed. They had existed for far longer than the Chaos Lord himself, and they were most likely related to the last chaos verse that had been destroyed. Even if the 2 of you are summoning the 2 great rivers, we ultimate experts are not to be trifled with either. The Lord of the Extreme Demonic roared out madly. His power of extreme demonic pierced through the starry sky and the universe as it struck out at the 2 great rivers. Even though the other 6 ultimate experts did not say anything, their ultimate techniques were getting more and more horrifying. At this moment, the Master of Chaos and the Master of Fate were not having it easy either. Even though the 2 of them could summon the 2 great rivers to fight, they had to expend a huge amount of their cultivation bases. After all, every single one of the 7 ultimate experts were at the pinnacle of their respective eras. The combined might of the 7 of them was something that the 2 of them could not suppress with just the 2 of them summoning the 2 great rivers. Time, if we don't fight now, what are we waiting for? The Master of Fate barked out coldly. At this moment, the Master of Time frowned as a look of hesitation flashed through his eyes. If he were to summon the river of time and combine it with fate and chaos, he would definitely be able to suppress the 7 ultimate experts. After all, the appearance of the 3 great rivers at the same time could suppress everything. However, the Master of Time's thoughts were not here. He had been thinking about how to rescue Yi Xian. If he were to suppress the 7 ultimate experts, fate and chaos would not let Yi Xian off either. Time, the 3 of us are on the same side. If you don't make a move now, you won't have a chance anymore. If this lad falls into their hands, he won't have a good ending. Sensing that the Master of Time had not summoned the River of Time after a long time, the Master of Fate's face changed as he roared out. Chapter 13-15. Time. Finally, the Spacetime Master's gaze hardened. At this moment, he had no other choice. Just as the Destiny Master had said, it was better for Yi Xian to fall into the hands of the 3 of them rather than the 7 of them. Whoosh, time surged, penetrating through the ages. The river of time that traversed the starry sky was manifested. The power of time that had existed since ancient times spread out, and its aura was faintly connected with the 2 great rivers. Suppress. Primal chaos, destiny, and spacetime roared as they activated their 3 rivers. The supreme power they unleashed caused the entire chaos verse to faintly start to stagnate. Good, good, good. The undying Heaven Master said 3 consecutive words. Although his expression was extremely solemn, his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He said, "Everyone knows that you three control the three great rivers and are known as the three supreme masters of the primal chaos. Today, I will personally experience your strength and see how capable the three of you are." The other six supreme masters' expressions were solemn, but there was no fear on their faces. Because each of them believed that they were the strongest in the primal chaos. Even when facing the three great rivers, they still had an invincible heart. Kill. The undying Heaven Master vaguely became the odd man out. He was the first to attack the three supreme masters, and the other six followed closely behind. This time, no one held back. Because when faced with the appearance of the three great rivers, any holding back could lead to misfortune. Boom! The three long rivers had existed since the ancient times. Under the channeling of the three utmost powerful beings, they brought forth an immeasurable amount of godly might. As for the seven utmost powerful beings, their utmost might bolted out at the three long rivers as well. Rumble! The universe shook, and the primal chaos roared. When the three great rivers merged together and suppressed the seven supreme masters, the seven supreme masters roared at the primal chaos and struck out with their strongest attacks. Bang! The sea of stars was destroyed, and everything turned to dust. One had to admit that the power contained in the three great rivers was extremely terrifying. When the two sides struck out with this all-encompassing attack, the seven supreme masters were instantly sent flying. Blood spurted out from their mouths, and even their supreme battle bodies showed traces of cracks. Barf! The seven utmost powerful beings spat out a mouthful of fresh blood at the same time. As the blood splattered out, it was unknown just how many huge stars had been annihilated. This was the blood of utmost powerful beings, and contained a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. From this strike, he was finally able to see which of the seven supreme experts was stronger and which was weaker. The undying Heaven Lord and the heaven-devouring Demon Master fared better. They only coughed out blood and quickly stabilized themselves. The human Tao Master fared slightly worse. A crack appeared on his body. Next up were Lord Extreme Devil and Lord Destruction. The two of them had been blasted hundreds of millions of kilometers away. 3 cracks could be seen on their bodies as they made their way back. From this, it could be seen that the two of them were slightly weaker than the undying Heaven Lord's group. As for the Lord of all spirits, because he had attained his Tao in the current era, he had the augmentation of the chaos precepts. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but he did not suffer too much damage. He could not compare to the other utmost powerful beings. The weakest of the 7 was the Extreme Love Master. Her clothes were stained red with fresh blood. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on her slender body. Right now, her peerlessly beautiful face was filled with shame and anger. As an utmost powerful being, each of them had forged a heart of invincibility. In this strike, she was the most unbearable. This was something that she could not accept, and her heart was filled with shame and anger. On the other side, the 3 utmost powerful beings were not having it easy either. Even though they had obtained a complete victory in this strike, they might have managed to injure the 7 utmost powerful beings. However, they had expended a huge amount of their cultivation bases. Right now, their faces were somewhat pale. After all, activating the 3 winding rivers was no child's play. It was something that consumed a lot of their cultivation bases. Kill. At the next moment, before the 3 utmost powerful beings could react, the 7 of them attacked together. Just this strike alone was not enough to scare them off. Since the 3 utmost powerful beings had dared to summon the 3 winding rivers to suppress them, they naturally would not sit and wait for death. Rumble. The 10 utmost powerful beings once again engaged in a chaotic battle. This time, with the appearance of the 3 winding rivers, the situation was one-sided. It directly put the 7 utmost powerful beings in a precarious situation. They had almost no power to fight back. However, suppressing the 7 utmost powerful beings was not an easy task. Even if the three utmost powerful beings were to activate the three winding rivers, it would still require an extremely long process. The chaotic universe trembled incessantly. The boundless starry sky was collapsing. Fortunately, the chaotic universe was boundless. Even though the battle between the 10 utmost powerful beings could be called an extreme battle, it was still within an acceptable range for the entire chaotic universe. At this moment, the 10 utmost powerful beings did not notice that Yi Xian was staring fixedly at the winding rivers of time. A trace of madness flashed across his eyes. Hidden in the depths of the winding rivers of time was a pair of ancient ominous eyes. As long as he could enter the winding rivers of time, he would be able to draw out this pair of ancient ominous eyes. Yi Xian had never forgotten that when his future self had entered the winding rivers of time, the moment that pair of ancient ominous eyes opened, Yi Xian himself felt as if his soul was about to scatter. He had even heard the furious roar of his future self when the winding rivers of time were about to disappear. Presumably, his future self had fought with this pair of ancient ominous eyes. As for the outcome, no one knew. However, judging from his future self's attitude, this pair of ancient ominous eyes was absolutely terrifying. However, what left Yi Xian speechless was that the 8 utmost powers within his body were wreaking havoc. His entire being was fixed in place by the chaotic light beam. He could not break free from the shackles before him, let alone enter the winding rivers of time. Wait. He could only wait. Yi Xian forced himself to calm down. At this moment, there was nothing he could do. The only thing he could do was wait. However, Yi Xian had a feeling that the chaotic universe was vast and boundless. It contained too many secrets. Now that the 10 utmost powerful beings were fighting over him, Yi Xian believed that some unexpected variables would definitely occur. This feeling was extremely strong. Yi Xian also believed in his own feelings. When the variables arose, he would be able to regain control of his body. At that time, he would be able to risk everything and escape into the winding rivers of time. Boom! The stars exploded and the sea of stars was annihilated. The battle between the 10 utmost powerful beings had reached a white-hot stage. Although the auras of both sides were blazing, the power they displayed was no longer as terrifying as before. This also proved that both sides had suffered great losses. Astral Origin Chessboard. Suddenly, a change occurred. A hoarse voice that had experienced the vicissitudes of life came from the chaotic universe. Streaks of chaotic starlight suddenly rose from the starry sky in all directions. In an instant, they turned into a chessboard that covered the sky. The stars in the heavens were the chess pieces, and the vast sea of stars was the board. A mighty force that could overturn the chaotic universe was released to the extreme. This chessboard that covered the sky seemed to encompass the entire chaotic universe and instantly trapped the 10 utmost powerful beings within. At the same time, 9 figures quietly appeared around Yi Xian. Streaks of ancient and mysterious starlight bloomed from their bodies. At this moment, they even pointed at Yi Xian together. Chapter 13-16. There was a sudden change. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. The chaotic light on his body had already dissipated, and he was covered by 9 streaks of starlight. Chaotic Star Masters. In an instant, Yi Xian exclaimed in a low voice. He didn't even need to see who these 9 people were. Just the aura they emitted was enough to tell him who they were. The chaotic universe had 12 periods, and the current era was the 10th period. Apart from the 10 strongest of the ages, there were 9 other chaotic star masters. Although the chaotic star master's presence was extremely weak, every chaotic star master was in existence that could challenge the strongest of the ages. At this moment, they suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was shocked, he immediately calmed down. Go! It was unknown who spoke, but the 9 great chaos star masters attacked with a loud bang. The rays of starlight drew a star field teleportation formation that instantly covered Yi Xian. In the next moment, they were about to escape from this starry sky. How dare you! The 10 strongest instantly reacted and simultaneously let out a heaven-shaking roar. That extremely terrifying peak strength attacked the 9 great star masters with a loud rumble. There was a saying that went, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. The 9 chaotic star masters wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kidnap Yi Xian. This simply infuriated the 10 strongest of the ages. Change. The 9 chaotic star masters slashed out with their palms and fingers, and the chaotic starry sky was thrown into chaos. The universe runes wreaked havoc and barely blocked the attack of the 10 strongest of the ages. Instantly, they disappeared from the 10 strongest of the ages. Rumble. Passing through the universe and breaking through the barriers of space, the chaotic star masters used the universe as their array. The array technique they displayed was simply earth-shattering. Even the strongest of the ages would have to be wary of it. Yi Xian felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. His entire body was shuttling through the void, and the 9 chaotic star masters were escorting him as they frantically fled. The chaos was the disk, and everything was the child. The 9 chaotic star masters took the universe as their chest and controlled the stars as the eye of the array. When the 9 of them attacked together, the power they displayed was simply terrifying to the extreme. Want to leave? Rumble. The 10 most powerful beings were definitely not to be trifled with. How could they allow the 9 great astral masters to kidnap Yi Xian? At this moment, all of them unleashed their most powerful techniques and chased after the 9 great astral masters. Brother Heartgrave, I'm counting on you. Suddenly, a star master roared. Another gray-haired old man's figure paused, and chaotic starlight flickered around his body. He pointed at the primal chaos, and in an instant, he drew a blueprint of the firmament. With a rumble, he slapped it towards the 10 strongest behind him. Heaven and earth reversal. The old man roared in a low voice, and a peerless ceiling formation was launched with a loud rumble. Then, in an instant, he and the 8 great star masters once again took Yi Xian and fled madly. Undying Heaven Blade. The Undying Heaven Lord roared in anger. He ruthlessly slashed out with his saber. That saber light of nirvanic annihilation that could pierce through the universe tore this supreme grand formation into pieces. The 10 supreme experts once again chased after the 9 great star masters. Chaos. The master of primal chaos was awe-inspiring. The river of primal chaos rumbled and surged, instantly blocking the path of the 9 celestial masters and Yi Xian. River of primal chaos. The star masters of primal chaos were indeed terrifying. In the face of the river of primal chaos, the 9 celestial masters attacked with a loud rumble, and the river of primal chaos actually reversed. This method simply shocked Yi Xian to the extreme. Destiny. The master of destiny spoke emotionlessly. The river of destiny rumbled and surged like a tornado, wanting to swallow all 9 celestial masters. 9 stars confusion. The 9 celestial masters attacked again, and mysterious starlight bloomed from each of them. It was as if 9 ancient stars were shining brightly. The river of destiny actually strangely calmed down. The star masters of primal chaos had the universe hidden in their chest. Every move they made was filled with mysterious power. They could borrow the power of the primal chaos universe, and they also had the great ability of Tong Tian to move the earth. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to challenge the strongest of all time. Rumble. The 9 celestial masters attacked again and again, bringing Yi Xian across countless galaxies. Their speed was simply unimaginable, and they left the 10 supreme experts in the dust. We can't let them escape. The sky-devouring demon lord roared with hatred. Then, he suddenly looked at the other 9 supreme experts and said, the 9 celestial masters are erudite and knowledgeable. It's too troublesome to deal with them together. Only the river of time can stop them. Seal off spacetime and stop them. The master of primal chaos looked at the master of spacetime. At this moment, only the master of spacetime had this ability. After all, only the Tao of spacetime could stop the 9 celestial masters from escaping. This. A hint of hesitation flashed across the master of spacetime's eyes. Although the 9 celestial masters had kidnapped Yi Xian, the master of spacetime didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. This also made him unsure if he should stop them. Spacetime, you should know the methods of the star masters of primal chaos. If you let them take Yi Xian away, there's no telling what will happen. If you hesitate for a moment longer, I'm afraid they'll really go far away. The Master of Destiny frowned slightly. Time. The Master of Spacetime's gaze hardened as he finally made a decision. The river of time surged, and the spacetime of this starry universe started to reverse. The 9 celestial masters, who had already crossed several galaxies, were now strangely retreating. One had to admit that the river of time was indeed terrifying. Even though the 9 celestial masters were erudite and knowledgeable, and their methods were even more powerful than Tongtian's, they still couldn't reverse the flow of time. It wasn't that the 9 celestial masters weren't strong. The 9 celestial masters could even resist the 2 great rivers of primal chaos and destiny. However, the river of time was extremely effective against them. As the saying went, there was always a counter to something else. When the river of time came, the 9 celestial masters used all their methods, but they could only temporarily slow down the speed of the reversal. They were still retreating. On the other hand, the 10 supreme experts attacked and surrounded the 9 celestial masters and Yi Xian in an instant. Heartgrave, you've crossed the line. The master of primal chaos said in a low voice. An extremely terrifying chaotic aura had already locked onto the 9 celestial masters. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't escape his senses. It wasn't just the master of primal chaos. The other 9 supreme experts had also locked their auras on the 9 celestial masters. Even if they could still escape, it would be enough to find them. In the primal chaos heaven and earth, everything is natural. Our Chaos Star Masters have always minded our own business. Yi Xian was originally a Chaos Star Master of the 10th Yuanhui era, and he is of the same lineage as us. Now that all of you are making things difficult for him for your own selfish desires, how can we, the Chaos Star Masters, sit idly by? Heartgrave stepped forward. He had a head of gray hair, and he wore a blue robe. Starlight surged around him. He was a Chaos Star Master from the same era as the Master of Primal Chaos, and also the first Chaos Star Master in the Primal Chaos universe. Cut the crap and leave them behind. Otherwise, I'll start a massacre today and use the 9 of you as a sacrifice to my Undying Heaven Blade. The Undying Heaven Lord said coldly and pointed his Undying Heaven Blade at the 9 celestial masters. A killing intent that could overturn the world spread out. He didn't put the 9 celestial masters in his eyes at all. Chapter 13-17. Undying, do you really think we Chaos Star Masters are easy to bully? Boom! Starlight burst out, and a white-robed Star Master stepped out. He held a starlight ruler and glared at Undying Heaven Lord. Xinglan, you were defeated by me in the 4th period. How dare you be so impudent before me today? Undying Heaven Lord roared. You! The Star-Billowing Star Master was originally a Chaos Star Master of the 4th epoch. Back then, when he became a Chaos Star Master, the Undying Heaven Lord came knocking on his door. It could be said that he was completely defeated by the Undying Heaven Lord in that battle. Step back, Xinglan, Star Master Heart said calmly. Star Master Berry Heart spoke calmly, which made Star Master Star Billow's originally angry face calm down. She retreated behind Star Master Berry Heart. Chaos Star Masters were different from Primal Chaos Star Masters. Primal Chaos Star Masters would not submit to anyone. Out of the 9 great Star Masters, Star Master Buried Heart was the most senior and was respected by the other Star Masters. Star Masters naturally had to listen to him. Chaos, heaven and earth is a cycle. From birth to destruction, this is a cycle. Fellow Taoists, you are all the strongest in each period. If you really have the ability to break the cycle, you can do whatever you want. Why do you have to make things difficult for us Chaos Star Masters? Star Master Heart said in a low voice. Cut the crap. Either hand over the person, or you 9 Star Masters will die here. Sky-devouring Demon Lord was extremely domineering. He wouldn't reason with the 9 Star Masters. Primordial sovereigns believed in strength. Whoever was stronger was right. It was a joke for the 9 Star Masters to reason with them. Brother Heart, I've already said that these primordial sovereigns are unreasonable. Since they look down on us Chaos Star Masters, we'll show them that we Chaos Star Masters aren't easy to bully, Xinglan said with anger. You think the 9 of you are mere ants? The Lord of Destruction chided disdainfully. Everyone knew that although there would be a Primal Chaos Star Master and a Primal Chaos Star Master every Yuan Hui, the Primal Chaos Star Master's presence was extremely weak. Although they were said to be able to challenge a Primal Chaos Star Master, they were still a level lower. If they really fought, they wouldn't be a match for a Primal Chaos Star Master. You won't be able to take him away. Today, the 9 of us will have a taste of what the 10 strongest can do. Although Star Master Heartgrave was easygoing by nature, he wouldn't back down in the face of such a major issue. Dazzling starlight erupted from his body as his aura connected with the chaotic universe. Boom! As Star Master Berry Heart moved, the other 8 Star Masters were also shocked. 9 beams of starlight pierced through the universe, showing a terrifying fighting spirit. You're seeking death. Boom! The undying Heaven Lord slashed out with his saber and slashed towards the 9 Celestial Masters. The other utmost powerful beings made their moves at the same time, wanting to suppress the 9 Celestial Masters in the shortest amount of time possible. 9 stars as one, heaven extinction as one. All 9 of them transformed into dazzling starlight, their auras linking together to form the image of a miniature chaos verse, which crashed down on the 10 paragons with a rumble. Boom! The battle between the 10 paragons and the 9 celestial masters took place. When the 2 sides clashed, something terrifying happened. Chi! The power of the chaotic star source and the strength of the 10 paragons exploded completely. A beam of light pierced through the chaos, blinding everyone. Roars of rage could be heard. Bang! 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 The boundless starry skies of the universe were crumbling, and terrifying cosmic black holes appeared one after another. Everything was drowned in them, and there was even fresh blood spurting out from the 10 strongest and 9 great astral masters. It was impossible to tell who was injured and who had the upper hand. At this moment, Yi Xian stood alone, watching the battle with a gloomy look in his eyes. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the mysterious river of time with a sinister look in his eyes. Opportunity, this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Whether the 9 celestial masters or the 10 paragons won, he would never allow himself to be manipulated by these people. Chi! Yi Xian took a step forward. While the 2 sides were engaged in a bitter battle, he rushed towards the river of time at an unimaginable speed. Yi Xian, what are you doing? Yi Xian's movement immediately caused the space-time master to exclaim in shock. He had been paying attention to Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian was rushing towards the river of time, he could vaguely guess what Yi Xian was thinking. Quick, stop him. He's going to lure out the terrifying creature from the river of time. The Destiny Master roared furiously, as if he had also guessed what Yi Xian was going to do. Yi Xian, stop right now. Star Master Berry Heart's expression changed drastically. He shouted anxiously at Yi Xian. As the first chaotic Star Master since the birth of the chaotic universe, he naturally knew many secrets that others did not. Unfortunately, no matter how anxious everyone was, the power of the two sides completely intertwined. It was too late to stop Yi Xian from entering the river of time. Yi Xian had been waiting for this opportunity the entire time. How could he give up halfway? Chi! A wave of time surged, and Yi Xian finally entered the river of time. In the next moment, both sides stopped fighting, but they were powerless to stop Yi Xian from entering the river of time. Space-time, stop him right now. The primal Chaos Master's voice was filled with fury. He knew very well what was hidden within the river of time. If that terrifying creature truly came into being, it would definitely bring a great calamity to the chaotic universe. Right now, only the Space-Time Master could control the river of time and perhaps prevent this from happening. It's too late. The Space-Time Master was extremely bitter. He gazed at the river of time and murmured, "The river of time records the past, present, and future. Any creature that enters it will never be able to leave. Even if I can control the river of time, if he's trapped within, he'll only end up as a bubble of time. Even if I act now, it's already too late. Look!" Suddenly, the Lord of Extreme Fiend roared furiously. He pointed at the surging river of time, causing the other sovereigns and the 9-star masters to all look towards the river of time. But in the next moment, extreme fear appeared on everyone's faces. An extremely stifling atmosphere quietly grew. Whoosh! What was the meaning of time? The river of time existed in the past, present, and future. This was the space-time order of the chaotic universe. As Yi Xian walked through the river of time, not only did he have to suffer from the terrifying attacks of the 3 spacetimes, but he also faced the risk of dying at any time. To put it bluntly, even sovereigns of all time might not be able to walk out alive after entering the river of time. If there was anyone who could truly walk through the river of time, it would only be the future body and the ominous eyes of eternity hidden within the river of time. At this moment, ignoring whether or not Yi Xian could draw out the ominous eyes of eternity, the fact that he was walking against the current of the river of time placed him in a life and death crisis. He could turn into a bubble of time at any moment, truly no longer existing in this world. Chapter 13:18. Yi Xian felt like he didn't exist. He didn't know who he was, nor did he know the meaning of his existence. Whoosh whoosh, the waves of time surged. Yi Xian walked aimlessly in the waves of time. He was almost lost in the river of time. Time was like a blade that obliterated everything. In the past, present, and future, all existences had become illusory. This inexplicable order of time and space was about to obliterate Yi Xian in the river of time. Who was I? Who am I now? Who am I in the future? Observe the me of the past, recite the me of the present, and hope for the me of the future. In the river of time, Yi Xian found it difficult to move. His thoughts were in chaos, and his footsteps had already started to slow down. The tide of time crashed down on him, smashing his entire body into the river of time. No! Outside, an ear-piercing cry of sorrow was heard. The Extreme Love King's face was deathly pale. His lips trembled uncontrollably. 9-colored godly light burst forth. His entire body rushed towards the river of time. Extreme Love, what are you doing? Hum. The Extreme Devil Master immediately blocked the Extreme Love Master's path. His expression was extremely complicated, and he looked at the Extreme Love Master with a trace of helplessness. He can't die. The Extreme Love Master's beautiful face twisted. Her eyes reddened as she looked at the Extreme Devil Master. The river of time has space-time order. Even if you enter, you can't save him, the Extreme Devil Master roared coldly, reminding the Extreme Love Master. But, at this moment, the Extreme Love Master's aura was chaotic. She stared blankly at the river of time, and a trace of undetectable sorrow flashed through her eyes. He's not that person. Suddenly, the Extreme Devil Master transmitted secretly. It was like a clap of thunder in the Extreme Love Master's ears, as if he was reminding her of a fact she had to face. But the Extreme Love Master lowered his head, and he was completely speechless. How is this possible? Suddenly, the Undying Heaven Lord's shocked voice rang out. This also made the 10 sovereigns and the 9 star masters look at the river of time. In the next moment, several cries of surprise rang out. The river of time. Whoosh whoosh, great waves surged, and time disappeared. As the waves rose and fell, Yi Xian's figure slowly rose from the bottom of the river. Gray light appeared around him. He had pushed heaven's burial technique to the extreme. 3,000 flourishing moments, 10,000 years is like a dream. Looking back on the boundless world. Time is endless. At this moment, Yi Xian's lips slightly moved as he spat out scriptures one after another. At this moment, he was sublimated to the extreme, protecting his heart and steadying his will as he continued to move forward against the river of time. What a strong will! The masters are masters as masters as. This child really does have a great secret. The master of primal chaos sighed. Yi Xian was able to stay true to his heart in the river of time and not be turned into bubbles by the order of time. This already shocked him greatly. The river of time, the order of time, was a line of time. From the birth of the primal chaos to its destruction, this line of time continued to advance. At this moment, Yi Xian was able to stay true to his heart and not be affected by the disorder of time and space. No matter how weak his cultivation was, just this willpower and temperament alone meant that his future achievements were limitless. It really is you. Quietly, a murmur came from the mouth of the Extreme Love Lord. She silently watched Yi Xian walk through the river of time with a complicated expression in her eyes. Time and space, close the river of time, the master of primal chaos said in a low voice. No, if we close the river of time, he will be trapped in it forever. The Undying Heaven Lord was the first to disagree and directly refuted him. If Yi Xian were to fall in the river of time, then everything he'd done would be for naught. He can't die. The heaven-devouring demon lord took a step forward, his demonic light rumbling as his voice was cold and domineering. What do you know? There is a forbidden item in the river of time. If this child draws it out, it will bring a great calamity to the Chaosverse, the Master of Destiny rebuked coldly. What a joke! What is a forbidden item? The Lord of Destruction said fiercely. All of us supreme experts are here. This is the greatest forbidden item in the Chaosverse. What's more, the 9 celestial masters are here. They represent the peak of the Chaosverse. Even if there is a forbidden item in the river of time, if he dares to come out, we can just destroy it. We supreme experts have been invincible throughout the ages. Why would we fear a mere forbidden item? The Undying Heaven Lord said coldly. At this moment, the master of spacetime was hesitant. If he closed the river of time, Yi Xian would definitely die. But if he didn't, it was very likely that he would draw out that pair of ominous eyes. The mysteries of the Chaosverse are shocking changes. It seems that it's time to take a gamble, the master of spacetime murmured. The Lord of Time and Space muttered to himself before calming down. He didn't close the river of time as he calmly gazed at Yi Xian. At this moment, the 10 great experts and the 9 great star masters all tacitly agreed not to speak. Everyone's gazes were directed towards Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian really did draw out the so-called taboo item, they would still be instantly suppressed on the spot. Whoosh, the river of time surged violently. Yi Xian's footsteps became increasingly steady. His eyes were extremely calm. He stepped on the waves and moved against the current, heading towards the deepest part of the river of time. Just like his future self, he also walked along the river of time. Buzz! Finally, Yi Xian arrived at the end of the river of time. The waves under his feet strangely calmed down, like a pool of stagnant water without any ripples. However, a heart-palpitating atmosphere grew invisibly, causing Yi Xian's expression to darken. This was the place. Yi Xian's body and mind trembled slightly. He didn't need to do any probing. He could sense that there was a forbidden existence in this calm pool of water that even the supreme experts of ancient times were very afraid of. Rumble. In the next moment, a divine light erupted from Yi Xian's body. The dusky light was sublimated to the extreme. He no longer hesitated and threw a punch at the stagnant water in front of him. That resplendent fist light seemed to illuminate the entire river of time. Boom! Huge waves surged and time filled the air. Yi Xian's punch completely broke the tranquility of this place. The huge wave drowned Yi Xian's body, causing his body to become illusory. He almost turned into a bubble and disappeared. Fortunately, Yi Xian's heart was like a boulder that never moved. His body rapidly stagnated, but he was panting heavily. Clearly, he wasn't having a good time. Pop, pop, pop. Suddenly, bubbles appeared on the surface of the water. A blurry shadow rose from the bottom of the water. It was also at this moment that the vast river of time suddenly stagnated. Even the surging river began to slow down. Chapter 13:19. At this moment, the river of time became extremely slow. It directly affected the chaotic universe outside. Time seemed to have slowed down by 10 times. Even the 10 strongest experts and 9 great star masters were affected. How is this possible? The undying Heaven Lord blurted out in shock. His face was filled with fear as an extremely bad premonition appeared in his heart. It wasn't just the undying Heaven Lord. All of the other utmost powerful beings and the 9 great star masters had grim expressions on their faces right now. Even though the taboo object hidden in the long river of time had yet to appear, this change was already way too shocking. Hua, 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 a pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened in the river of time. This pair of ferocious eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the chaotic universe. Its gaze slowly focused on Yi Xian. Roar. The roar of an ancient beast shook the world. This roar seemed to want to devour the universe. Even the river of time was trembling violently. A terrifying shadow was slowly rising from the bottom of the water. It's out. Yi Xian whispered in shock. He would never forget this pair of ancient ferocious eyes. Back then, he vaguely saw this pair of eyes. Today, they appeared again. This simply made Yi Xian's body and mind tremble. What kind of eyes were these? Ferocious, perverse, tyrannical, bloody, and there was also a trace of unwillingness and sorrow that was difficult to detect. At this moment, Yi Xian was fixed in place. He could not even move a finger. This was because he was being stared at by this pair of ancient ferocious eyes. Just the gaze of the other party was enough to make him unable to control his body. Hua! Huge waves surged. Time was in chaos. A dark and blurry figure finally rose from the bottom of the water. This figure was so blurry that no one could tell what kind of creature it was. However, within this dark figure, a pair of scarlet eyes opened and closed slightly. An ancient and tyrannical aura spread out. It made people feel as if their souls were about to be crushed by it. It's you. Like metal rubbing against each other, like a steel blade scraping against one's bones. This dark figure seemed to have not spoken for a very long time. His voice was ear-piercing and unpleasant. However, it was also filled with extremely negative emotions. It made people feel as if their souls were about to explode. Thump, thump, thump. Time trembled and waves rumbled as the black figure walked step by step towards Yi Xian. Every step it took seemed to shake the entire chaos-verse as it slowly revealed its terrifying and mysterious power. You came back again. He walked up to Yi Xian and tilted his head to look at Yi Xian. Their faces were almost touching. At this moment, Yi Xian could neither move nor speak. He could only see a pair of scarlet eyes staring at him. He also saw the pair of ancient, ominous eyes most directly. The shock he felt in his heart was unimaginable. This pair of eyes seemed familiar. Even Yi Xian's soul was throbbing. It was not that Yi Xian was afraid, but a kind of indescribable fear and excitement. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. No. No. You're not. No. You are. But. Why did you come back? Yi Xian did not know what the ancient shadow was saying. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. It was filled with an indescribable meaning. Kill you. Kill. Suddenly, the ancient shadow raised his hand slowly. The entire river of time moved along with him. That horrifying aura of time covered the entire world as it came crashing down on Yi Xian. My life is over. At this moment, Yi Xian screamed out in his heart. A look of despair flashed through his eyes. He knew that if this strike of the other party landed, he would definitely die. No. Suddenly, the voice of the Extreme Emotion Master rang out from the outside world. The Time Master struck out, wanting to activate the River of Time to suppress the Ancient Shadow. But it was too late. The Ancient Shadow had already slapped down on Yi Xian. There was no one who could save Yi Xian now. In the next moment, just as Yi Xian was in despair, the strike did not land on him. Instead, it dissipated silently. No. You can't die. There's going to be a calamity, a calamity. The ancient shadow murmured as he looked at Yi Xian in a daze. He then shook his head slowly. It was as though all the killing intent he had towards Yi Xian had dissipated entirely at this moment. You. Who are you? All of a sudden, Yi Xian realized that he could control his body again. He looked at the ancient shadow and asked the question that was bothering him the most. Who am I? The ancient shadow's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, they shone intensely, as though he was recalling his identity. Gradually, he went silent. I am invincible throughout the ages. I am unparalleled in the chaos. But in the end, I can only fall into this state. When the chaos descends into chaos and the heavens and earth change, I will be able to transcend. Roar! The ancient shadow reared his head and roared out like a wild beast. He seemed to have gone insane, as though he had recalled something that had enraged him. In the outside world, the 10 sovereigns and the 9 astral masters stared in shock at the ancient shadow in the river of time, grave expressions on their faces. Strong. Very strong. Extremely strong. Although the ancient shadow didn't have the aura of a sovereign, they could sense that he was extremely powerful. A dark cloud loomed over their hearts, and even their hearts of invincibility began to waver. You've awakened me from my slumber. Everything begins today. In the long river of time, the eyes of the eternal shadow were blood-red. He loudly stepped past Yi Xian, and his ancient eyes focused on the 10 strongest bodies in the outside world. A trace of greed flashed through his eyes. All of you deserve to die. Roar. Splash. 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 The river of time trembled violently, its waves sweeping through the starry skies. The ancient shadow strode forward, clearly intending to emerge from the river of time. His aura of invincibility and ferocity spread throughout the chaos-verse. It was unknown whether it was intentional or unintentional, but as the ancient shadow moved forward, Yi Xian's entire body moved with him. He instantly pushed Yi Xian out of the river of time and staggered in the vast starry sky. Stop him. Don't let him come out. The Lord of Primal Chaos roared, releasing his primal chaos aura to the extreme. Even the river of chaos above his head surged violently, proving just how heavy the Lord of Primal Chaos was right now. Whether it was the 10 sovereigns or the 9 astral masters, none of them had the time to pay attention to Yi Xian, because the ancient shadow's aura had already locked onto them all. Time. The Space-Time Lord was the first to act. He used a space-time divine art to close off the river of time, but something bizarre and terrifying happened. Splash! 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 The river of time didn't react in the slightest, and the Space-Time Lord couldn't control it at all. Meanwhile, the ancient shadow strode towards the outside world, the river of time pushing him forward as if he were the true master of the river of time. Time! Roar! The ancient shadow roared furiously, his voice like a ferocious beast's, but the river of time moved according to his will, instantly pushing him out of the river of time. His entire body appeared in the outside world. Chapter 13:20. How can this be? The Space-Time Lord was stunned. He couldn't believe that the other party could control the river of time, and that the other party was stronger than him. Even the other 9 paragons and the 9 astral masters were shocked speechless, let alone the Space-Time Lord. It was common knowledge that the Space-Time Lord could control the river of time, and that he was the only one in the Chaos-verse who could do so. But now, this person who had walked out of the river of time could also control it. Silence, silence, a deathly silence. A stifling atmosphere that seemed to have been suppressed for eternity silently grew, and the entire cosmos became extremely silent. I'll kill you. Boom. The undying Heaven Lord held his blade horizontally in the sky, and his nirvanic light shook the entire cosmos. He was the paragon of eternity, and he believed himself to be invincible in the Chaos-verse. Even though this Aeon shadow gave him a great deal of pressure, it couldn't shake his invincible heart. I am the paragon, and I can suppress a region. Kill. Domineering and arrogant, the undying Heaven Lord raised his blade and charged at the Aeon shadow. His nirvanic divine might bloomed to the extreme. I am the eternal of eternity. I am the undying primordial chaos. Who dares to say they are undefeated? Who is the paragon? Roar. The Aeon shadow roared like a ferocious beast. The light around him was obscure and gave off a feeling of death, but the primordial might he erupted with was unimaginably terrifying. Clang! Death light flashed in the air, the eyes of eternal shadow flashed with red light. He casually blasted a palm strike towards the undying Heaven Lord. The undying heavenly saber was directly sent flying, emitting a thunderous boom that shook the universe. Boom! In the next moment, something even more terrifying happened. The undying Heaven Lord, who was known to be undying and indestructible, was sent flying by the Aeon shadow. His undying war body, which he was extremely proud of, actually showed cracks. Sizzle! A stream of blood flowed from the corner of the undying Heaven Lord's mouth. His body, which had been sent flying, instantly froze, but his expression was extremely gloomy. Who are you? The undying Heaven Lord wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and roared at the ancient shadow ferociously. That attack had actually injured him. His opponent's strength was something he had never seen before. It wasn't one of the 12 paragons, nor was it a power that should have existed in the Chaos-verse. It was a power filled with the aura of death and desolation, as if any power would be annihilated in the face of the shadow of eternity. The undying Heaven Lord was absolutely certain that a taboo character who could injure a primordial expert must have a great background. This made him roar furiously, wanting to know the identity of the other party. What is the strongest? Ha ha ha. The Prime of Eons is nothing more than a joke. That's the biggest joke of the Chaos-verse. Wan Guyin's voice was no longer as stiff as before. It had gradually returned to normal, but he was still laughing mockingly. His laughter was filled with an indescribable emotion, faintly giving off a feeling of sadness. Kill you! The undying Heaven Lord roared in rage. The undying Heaven Saber appeared in his hand once more as he unleashed his full might. The undying heaven saber in his hand slashed out a saber beam of nirvanic destruction. He was truly enraged now. Dang! 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 The shadow of eternity didn't have a divine weapon, but when he waved his arm, he continuously shattered the saber beams of the undying heaven lord. His divine ability didn't appear, but it gave off a feeling of the great Tao. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. Just the technique of the shadow of eternity had already surpassed the strongest of all. Even though it didn't contain the laws of primal chaos, the deathly chi was the nemesis of the strongest of all. Bang! The undying heaven lord was sent flying again. Facing this taboo character who walked out from the river of time, he clearly wasn't a match for the shadow of eternity. Humiliation, a great humiliation. The undying heaven lord had never been defeated before, nor did he know what defeat was. But today, he had truly tasted the taste of defeat. Facing this monster who had walked out of the river of time, he actually began to feel powerless. Boom! Finally, the Lord of Primal Chaos took a step forward. He was finally going to personally take action because he had a faint guess of the other party's identity. If his guess was correct, let alone the undying heaven lord, he himself might not be a match for this monster. Primal Chaos. The shadow of eternity stared at the Lord of Primal Chaos with a pair of fierce eyes. His aura stagnated slightly before calming down again. You shouldn't have appeared. The Lord of Primal Chaos said quietly. You know who I am? The shadow of eternity asked. So what if I know? So what if I don't? You should have sunk into the river of time forever. Otherwise, even if we don't kill you, you will be annihilated in the Primal Chaos universe. The Lord of Primal Chaos berated loudly. Annihilated? Ha ha ha. The Lord of Primal Chaos seemed to have touched the shadow of eternity's sore spot. A mocking laughter came from his mouth, causing the entire universe to rumble. Primal Chaos reincarnation, heaven and earth will change. You are all chess pieces. How dare you mock me, a person who defies the heavens and fights for his life? The shadow of eternity roared. You are not a human, and your soul is not a soul. You are just a living dead, and you have even become a taboo of the Primal Chaos universe. Why are you so obsessed with the distant past and unwilling to let go? The Lord of Primal Chaos advised earnestly. What a joke. What qualifications do you have to judge me? Die. Roar. The bestial roar shook the heavens, and everything withered. The shadow of eternity suddenly struck out a palm at the Lord of Primal Chaos. The terrifying death ray turned everything into smoke, and with a supreme power that could destroy the galaxy, it pressed down on the Lord of Primal Chaos. Facing this attack of the shadow of eternity, the Lord of Primal Chaos did not dare to be careless. This was because he had already guessed the identity of the other party. Primal Chaos. Rumble. The river of Primal Chaos was surging, and the power of Primal Chaos was surging. The Lord of Primal Chaos also struck out with his palm. Even if the other party had an extremely great background, the Lord of Primal Chaos believed that he could still block the other party. Bang! This strike shattered the starry sky, turned the vast ocean into dust, and shattered this part of the universe. The dazzling light of Primal Chaos and the death ray intertwined together, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Boom! When the dazzling light dissipated, an extremely terrifying thing happened. The Lord of Primal Chaos, who was known as the most powerful person in the Primal Chaos universe, had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His entire body was blasted tens of thousands of feet away, and the river of Primal Chaos above his head showed signs of collapsing. What kind of monster is he? When this scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes, whether it was the 9 paragons or the 9 star masters, their expressions became extremely grim. None of the 10 paragons dared to claim to be number 1, and none of them would submit to another. However, The fact that the Lord of Primal Chaos was known as the most powerful person in the Primal Chaos universe was something that they could barely acknowledge. And yet, even someone as powerful as the Lord of Primal Chaos was not a match for the Shadow of Eternity. This was simply shocking to the extreme. Chapter 13:21. Everyone, let's suppress him in the river of time, so that he will never be able to take half a step out. While the crowd was still in shock, the Master of Fate took a step forward. His fate energy rumbled as a merciless fate energy surged out from him. Suppress. Rumble. The Master of Destiny was the most merciless, but he was also the calmest. When he attacked, the entire Chaos-verse distorted, and the river of time moved with him. Space-time. In the next moment, the Master of Space-time also used the art of time. Without wasting any time, he attacked Aeon Shadow. The other sovereigns followed suit, and even the 9 Star Masters attacked. Star Source Heaven and Earth, Qian Kun Reverse. The 9 Star Masters were drawing a grand formation in the middle of the starry cosmos, drawing upon the endless starlight of the Chaos-verse and unleashing a terrifying power that reached the pinnacle of power. The 10 sovereigns attacked as well. All sorts of powerful techniques were sent towards Aeon Shadow. Today, they must suppress this monster who had walked out of the river of time. Eternity, the cycle of time. You all deserve to die. Facing the 10 sovereigns and 9 Star Masters, Aeon Shadow roared. His scarlet eyes flashed fiercely, and an aura of death bloomed from him. Roar! Aeon Shadow's hands formed a circle, and 12 vortexes of death energy appeared before him. The terrifying sound of rotation echoed throughout the Chaos-verse, and the boundless aura of death erupted. All things reincarnate, chaos extermination. Aeon Shadow roared madly. This great technique that surpassed the power of the 10 sovereigns was unleashed, and it collided with the power of the 10 sovereigns and 9 Star Masters. Suppress. The 10 sovereigns roared, and the 9 Star Masters spoke. They were the strongest people in the Chaos-verse, and the power they unleashed when they joined forces was simply unimaginable. Sizzle. Rumble. The 12 vortexes that Aeon Shadow had unleashed were rapidly melting away. The power unleashed by the 10 paragons and the 9 astral masters was simply too terrifying. That power that could pierce through the Chaos-verse was capable of crushing everything. Even Aeon Shadow was slowly being pushed back. It had to be said that the strongest of the Aeon continent was the strongest of the Aeon continent. Especially when the 10 strongest of the Aeon continent were working together with the help of the 9 great Star Masters. Even though Wan Guing was a taboo character, he couldn't resist such overwhelming power. Roar! Wan Guing roared furiously. Even though he was strong enough to surpass the strongest of the ancient times, he was still helpless against the 10 strongest of the ancient times and the 9 great Star Masters. The 9 Star Masters were no mere ants. They represented the very apex of the Chaos-verse, and there was no way anyone could stand up to them. Sizzle. Aeon Shadow was doing his best to resist, but he was also being pushed back. He pushed his hands forward to block the powerful halo, and the death aura around him was melting away inch by inch. His true body was faintly revealed. Suppression. This was the suppression of the strongest of the Aeon continent and the Chaos Star Masters. It instantly put Aeon Shadow at a disadvantage, and it wouldn't take long for them to suppress him and send him back into the river of time. Even though the Primal Chaos Master and the others had gained a great advantage, each of them was extremely heavy. Their opponent alone was able to withstand the suppression of 19 of them. Such terrifying power alone was probably something that had never appeared in the Chaos-verse before. At this moment, Yi Xian stared gloomily from afar. His eyes flickered, and a wisp of space-time energy rose around him. He already had thoughts of escaping. This was the opportunity Yi Xian wanted. At this moment, Aeon Shadow was locked in a stalemate with the 10 paragons and the 9 astral masters. They had no time to pay attention to him. If he didn't leave now, when would he leave? Yi Xian didn't care what terrifying things would happen if this forbidden character was lured out. He just wanted to leave this battlefield as soon as possible because this wasn't something he could participate in at all. Qi. Using spacetime energy, Yi Xian instantly tore apart the space in front of him and turned into a streak of light that shot into the distance. You can't leave. Suddenly, when Yi Xian fled, the Extreme Love Master, who had been paying attention to him, scolded. She actually left the battlefield and instantly chased after Yi Xian. Are you crazy? The Undying Heaven Lord roared in anger. He wanted nothing more than to slap the Extreme Emotion Master to death. When the Extreme Emotion Master left, the advantage that they had just shown instantly collapsed. The 9 Paragons and the 9 Astral Masters were forced to retreat. On the other hand, Aeon Shadow roared in anger, and the withered light suddenly brightened. Although losing an Aeon Elite didn't seem like much, it gave Aeon Shadow an opportunity to launch a counterattack. Kill! 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 Aeon Shadow roared in the chaos like a ferocious beast. The death light that surpassed the Paragons pressed down on the 9 Paragons and the others. They were instantly forced to retreat, and the endless starry sky collapsed. Extreme emotion, you bitch! The Undying Heaven Lord repeatedly slashed out Nirvana Saber light towards the Eternal Shadow as he continuously roared in extreme anger. If it wasn't for the Extreme Love Lord chasing after Yi Xian, how could he have allowed the Eternal Shadow to reverse the situation? Die, all of you! Aeon Shadow, a forbidden character, was too terrifying. He was fighting the 9 Paragons and the 9 Astral Masters alone. He was in a frenzied state of slaughter. On the other side, Qi. Yi Xian was frantically escaping in the chaotic starry sky. However, his face was twisted and ferocious. Pain flashed in his eyes from time to time, but he forced himself to endure it. He didn't scream because of the pain that came from his body. The Paragons had planted the Paragon seed in his body. This was a great hidden danger, but the Primal Chaos Master suppressed it. At this moment, there were faint signs of it erupting again. However, Yi Xian didn't have the time to care about this hidden danger. He had to escape from this star field in the shortest time possible. He didn't want to become the plaything of the Paragons, or even be targeted by the monsters that walked out from the long river of time. Freeze! Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was frantically escaping, he heard a delicate shout from all directions in the starry sky. Yi Xian felt his body suddenly stiffen. He was actually fixed in the starry sky. Whing! Heaven and earth were shifted, and the myriad of laws were unrestrained. A slender figure blocked Yi Xian's path. A face that could turn all living things upside down appeared in front of him. It's over. When he saw the face in front of him, Yi Xian was shocked. A look of helplessness appeared in his eyes. He never thought that he still couldn't escape the pursuit of these Paragons. Where do you think you're going? It had to be said that the Extreme Love Master's face was too beautiful. She was even more beautiful than the Moon Fairy of the past. In particular, her powerful aura added an indescribable charm to her. If this were any other time, Yi Xian wouldn't know who she was. When he saw the Extreme Love Master, he would only sigh that there was a woman who surpassed the Moon Fairy. But now, Yi Xian knew who the person in front of him was. He also knew what kind of terrifying cultivation and identity the other party had under his appearance that could overturn all living things. To put it bluntly, this woman in front of him could take his life with a single glance. How could Yi Xian be in the mood to indulge in her beauty? What do you want? Since he couldn't escape, Yi Xian calmed down. He frowned at the Extreme Love Master, and an extremely heavy look flashed through his eyes. Looking at Yi Xian's fearful face, a touch of bitterness flashed through the Extreme Love Master's eyes. Her eyes seemed to be in a trance. It was as if she was remembering a long, dusty past. Back in the day, before I became a cultivator, someone once told me something. Extreme love to people, forget love to the heavens. It was because of this person that I was able to create the extreme love power and truly become the strongest paragons of all time, the extreme love master murmured. The bitterness in her eyes became even more intense. She finally woke up from her thoughts, and her beautiful eyes that were like stars focused on Yi Xian. You really don't remember me? The extreme love master whispered in a trembling voice. If one looked closely, they would see that the extreme love master's delicate hands were clenched. It proved just how disturbed her heart was right now. Chapter 1322. For a moment, it felt like déjà vu. Yi Xian suddenly had an illusion. The king of extreme love in front of him seemed familiar. It was an inexplicable feeling, but it really existed in Yi Xian's heart. Yi Xian suddenly woke up. He felt a chill run down his spine because the king of extreme love was looking at him with eyes full of gentleness. He'd seen that look on the Empyrean fairy and the moon fairy before. No way. Yi Xian's heart shook. He wasn't a young boy, and he knew how to love. Yi Xian suddenly guessed something that shocked him to the core. Could it be that the future self had met the king of extreme love, and something indescribable had happened between them? What a sin! Thinking of this, drops of cold sweat flowed out from Yi Xian's forehead. He was even more certain of his guess. If the future self really had a past that he didn't know about with the extreme love lord, then this kind of situation would be extremely troublesome for him. You. What do you want to do? Yi Xian asked cautiously. His voice was shaking, and he was a little nervous. Love was the word that killed people the most. Yi Xian was a person who abandoned love. If the king of extreme love really had a relationship with the future self, the king of extreme love would never let him go. It was said that if you did something wrong, you had to pay for it yourself. Although Yi Xian didn't know about the relationship between the future self and the king of extreme love, the key was that the future self was him. There was no way he could avoid this. I want you to marry me. The king of extreme love was almost enunciating each word slowly. When the words fell into Yi Xian's ears, it wasn't easy for him to hear them. He was so shocked that he stumbled back. What did you say? Yi Xian trembled as he spoke. He looked at the king of extreme love with an indescribable expression. He was in a state of shock. Who was the king of extreme love? The strongest of all time. A woman who could be said to be the strongest of all time. A supreme expert who was revered by all living beings in the chaos. But what did Yi Xian hear now? The extreme love master actually wanted him to marry her as his wife. This was simply a huge joke, causing Yi Xian to be in a mess on the spot. Right now, Yi Xian had a feeling that he was like a lamb, and in front of him stood a fierce tiger. This fierce tiger told the lamb that he wanted to be his wife. This kind of inconceivable thing caused Yi Xian to be speechless to the extreme. Are you kidding me? How is that possible? Yi Xian instantly woke up from his stupor and flatly refuted such an absurd matter. Not to mention that he didn't want to marry the Lord of Extreme Love as his wife. Even if he did, the Lord of Extreme Love was the strongest since the ancient times. Placing him by his side was like a ticking time bomb that could shatter his bones at any time. Back then, on the day you left, I told you that I would wait for your return. When you return, I, Yi Qingmei, will definitely marry you. This is my vow to you, and it is also my lifelong promise. The extreme love master bit her lip. Her starry eyes were dazed. Her tone was very serious, and it was clear that she wasn't joking with Yi Xian. She walked toward Yi Xian, step by step. Wait. Yi Xian continuously retreated, his entire body tense to the extreme. What are you trying to say? Are you saying that I am not good enough for you? The extreme love master frowned. He is my future. I don't deny that. But my future is fake. He once walked in the river of time, but an illusion is an illusion. What he did. Yi Xian stuttered as he tried to explain. He was starting to speak incoherently. Are you trying to deny that you are not him? The extreme love master's voice turned cold. He is me, and I am him. But my future is fake. In this life, I have nothing to do with you, so. Yi Xian hurriedly explained. Okay, if you don't admit that you are him, then I will kill you. Rumble. The extreme love power shook the sky and the earth. The nine-colored light pierced through the universe. The extreme love master's face was cold and icy. Her murderous intent locked onto Yi Xian. Wait. Yi Xian's face changed. He retreated. He didn't want to die at the hands of this crazy woman. Okay, I admit that I am him. Then what do you want? Marrying you is impossible. At this point, Yi Xian had no other choice. After all, the crazy woman standing in front of him was the strongest of all time. If she said she wanted his life, she could take it. The so-called strongest is just a passing cloud. Life and death are nothing. I have become the strongest in this chaotic universe just to wait for you to come back. The next moment, the extreme love master's murderous intent disappeared. Her voice became soft again. A touch of tenderness rose in her eyes. She walked over to Yi Xian again and held Yi Xian's arm. At this moment, Yi Xian's back was covered in cold sweat. Even in the face of the undead god master's murderous intent, he wasn't afraid. But facing the extreme love master in front of him, Yi Xian felt bitter. He didn't know how to deal with this. Sensing Yi Xian's stiff body, the extreme love master murmured, I know you are very nervous right now, but I have been waiting for you to come back. Back then, you told me that you and I would meet again. I have waited for many Yuan Hui. Finally, in the 10th Yuan Hui, you came back. You see, this is the past between you and me. The extreme love master held Yi Xian's arm. Her 5 slender, jade-like fingers floated in the sky. The sky suddenly changed, and an ancient painting slowly unfurled. The 8th Yuan Hui, White Emperor City. Ice and snow danced in the air, cold winds howled like the roars of wild beasts. Boundless snow blanketed the heavens and earth. It was the cold winter of the 12th lunar month, and all of the White Emperor was covered in ice and snow. The vast expanse of snow was wrapped in silver, creating an unparalleled snowy scene. Pedestrians walked in 2s and 3s. Some wore cotton-padded jackets as they braved the wind and snow. Others wore thin clothes and shivered as they hurried home. The wind and snow covered the sky, and the ground was frozen. In this sort of weather, if a mortal stayed in this sort of environment for too long, they would definitely freeze to death. Cold. Cold. Under a dilapidated roof, a child of about 7 or 8 years old was shivering. Her entire body was covered in ice and snow, and she was only wearing an unlined garment with several large holes. The straw sandals that revealed her toes were already stiff, proving that she was a homeless little beggar. Cold winds howled, and snow flew everywhere. The little beggar was already on the verge of death. Her breathing began to weaken. It wouldn't be long before she froze to death in this world of ice and snow. Am I going to die? The little beggar's stubbornness for life made her muddle-headed. Her head slowly drooped, and her small body began to stiffen until no more sound came from her. Chapter 13:23. Thud, thud, thud. The sky was filled with flying snow. A slender figure walked over step by step from the end of the street. With every step he took, the snow under his feet made a crunching sound. Am I early? He silently came to the little beggar's side. Looking at the frozen little beggar, he murmured in his sleep. Snow filled the sky. Snowflakes drifted down. Boundless snow whistled between heaven and earth. He picked up the little beggar and disappeared at the end of the street against the wind and snow. On the day of the snowstorm, when love is set. When Yi Xian looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment, the extreme love master's voice quietly rang out. The scroll turned again. This was a valley. Tens of thousands of flowers bloomed. Ancient trees covered the sky. A peerless girl danced among the flowers. The petals drifting in the sky moved with her. From time to time, she would let out a bell-like laugh. "Sir, am I beautiful?" The peerless girl looked back and smiled. Her smile could turn all living things upside down. Her eyes were like stars. Even the beautiful flowers around her were overshadowed by her beauty. It was as if she was the most beautiful thing in the world. Clang! The sound of the zither was long and drawn out. He plucked the strings and the sound spread out like water. It was as intoxicating as the celestial music of the 9 heavens. At this moment, it also stopped. Eternity is like a dream. Beauty withered to bones. Your cultivation has only just begun. If you cling to your appearance, how will you achieve the Tao in the future? He spoke calmly. He plucked the strings again, but a hint of desolation faintly seeped out. It was as if there was an unspeakable sorrow in his heart. "Sir, you're the most annoying. You're so stingy even when praising me." The peerless girl stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. But in the next moment, she sat down cross-legged in the air and began to cultivate seriously. Because he was her everything. She had to listen to his words. In the girl's eyes, this person was her life's faith. He had said that he wanted her to become the strongest in history, so she had always remembered. So she had always worked hard and never slacked off. In that snow-filled white emperor city, she would never forget his figure that was like the heavens and earth. He had blocked the snow-filled sky for her and became the only thing she could rely on in her life. Rumble. Wielding his sword in the vast starry sky, capturing dragons and vanquishing demons in the waves of the vast ocean, he brought the young girl to travel the chaos, and the young girl never failed to live up to his expectations. She was growing rapidly. 100,000 years, this was the happiest 100,000 years of her life. Like a teacher, like a father, even if he wasn't a family member, he was more like a family member. Countless peerless geniuses from the Chaos sect and ancient orthodoxies had knelt at her feet. There were even peerless geniuses who were willing to give up their positions as the strongest of all time just to win a smile from her. Unfortunately, the girl only had eyes for him, and could not accommodate anyone else. However, happiness was short-lived, and parting was also a predestined fate, because he was finally going to leave, because he did not belong to this time and space. At the peak of the sky, above all things. He stood there in a desolate manner, and no matter how strong the wind blew, he remained unmoved. However, his hair was fluttering in the wind, and his robe was also fluttering, whoosh. Time surged, and the waves surged. The legendary river of time surged over, and the power of time that filled the sky and earth howled out. "No. I don't want you to leave." Her face was covered in tears, and it was a heart-wrenching scene. The young girl held his arm tightly and refused to let go. Because he was everything to her, and her life would be meaningless without him. "I've broken through the ancient world and reversed the river of time. I don't belong to this time and space, so we'll have to part here in the end. Why force yourself?" He spoke in a desolate and low voice, and his voice was very calm. It was like he'd walked too many paths, and nothing in the world could cause ripples in his heart. The so-called parting was the same to him as well. "No, no matter where you go, I'll definitely follow you." The young girl choked with sobs, and her face was covered in tears. She'd already grown up, and her appearance that could captivate all living beings could make countless peerless geniuses kneel at her feet, but he had never been moved by her appearance at all. Love to the extreme and forget to love to the heavens. Once you've attained the Tao, we'll meet again in the future. He smiled as he spoke, and he gently stroked the young girl's hair and helped her wipe away the tears on her face. After that, he suddenly turned around and walked towards the river of time step by step. I don't want you to leave. The young girl held his arm tightly, but a force pushed her away. His figure gradually disappeared into the distance, and he'd already entered the river of time. Sob, sob. The young girl cried out in grief, and the tears in her eyes kept falling. She reached out, wanting to grab him, but everything had already been settled. Fate brings us together, fate brings us together, fate brings us together, fate brings us apart. You and I are together because of fate, and we are also separated because of fate. In the boundless world, an ancient voice rang out. He finally stepped into the river of time and disappeared amidst the surging waves of time. Yi Xian, I, Yi Qingmei, swear to the primal chaos that if I attain the Tao in the future, when we meet again, I'll definitely marry you. The young girl cried heart-wrenchingly, and on this day, she made a promise that would last for the rest of her life. In the days to come, the once happy smile disappeared from the young girl's face. She began to cultivate madly, and she swept away all her enemies in the world. Step by step, she strode towards the strongest of all time. She had reached the apex of her emotions, and had forgotten all about them. On the day she attained the Tao, all living beings paid homage to her, and all major sects bowed their heads. She had finally created the power of the apex of her emotions, becoming the strongest of all time in the 8th period. The apex of her emotions was him, while the apex of her emotions was the primordial chaos itself. The apex of her emotions had been born because of him, and so he was the young girl's lifelong faith and dedication. The strongest of all time wanted to transcend the cycle of reincarnation and break free of her own death tribulation. However, all the young girl wanted was for him to return. She didn't want to transcend, she wanted to wait for him to return. Moreover, this wait lasted for an entire 3 periods of time. The starry sky painting slowly closed, and the vision before him vanished. However, Yi Xian was completely stupefied. This was because the him in the painting was himself. In that moment, Yi Xian's nervous emotions actually calmed down. He lowered his head, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. He finally understood why the Apex Love Lord had such deep feelings for him, and why she would rather leave the battlefield and disregard the fate of the entire Chaosverse in order to pursue him. Yi Xian also understood why the Apex Love Lord had wanted to marry him. So all of this had begun when the Apex Love Lord was still young. What was love in the world? It was something that made people pledge their lives to each other. In Yi Xian's mind, love was nothing more than a mirage. In his eyes, it was nothing more than a joke. However, when he finished looking at the painting, he realized with resignation that this was his own sin, and that he would have to pay for it in this life. The apex of her emotions, and the apex of her emotions. The Apex Love Lord had been able to create the power of the apex of her emotions, so the most fundamental reason was because of him. Chapter 13:24. Yi Xian wanted to say something, but he didn't. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know how to face the extreme love master. I know that you are him. However, you are still very weak right now. I know that you are wary of my identity. But no matter what, I will still marry you as your wife. I will also continue to accompany you as you grow until you truly surpass me, and even surpass these strongest experts of all time. The Lord of Extreme Emotions spoke in a gentle voice as he looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with affection. At this moment, Yi Xian frowned. He lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. After a long time, he looked at the Extreme Love Master and said, I am sorry. I already have a wife, so I cannot marry you. At that moment, Yi Xian thought of the Empyrean fairy's voice and face. He'd never forgotten how the Empyrean fairy had died for him. That day, Pengu's true body had crushed the body of the nine heavens profound maiden with a single step, causing her soul to scatter and die. This was a memory that Yi Xian would never forget. Yi Xian admitted that he didn't feel much for the Empyrean fairy, but they were husband and wife in name. Empyrean fairy had died for him. No matter what, Yi Xian had to bring her back to life. That had always been his goal. Of course, it wasn't just the Empyrean fairy. There was also the Moon fairy, whom he'd killed. Those two women had been a pain in his heart. He'd never forgotten about that. When Yi Xian rejected her again, the extreme love master's face changed. She was a strong being, so she had her pride. Now, she was angry. Boom! It pierced through the universe. The galaxy collapsed. Before the extreme love master could say anything, a power that could destroy the universe spread toward the two of them. It was accompanied by a roar that shook the sky. You will all die. The Aeon shadow was absolutely dominating, and the withering deathlight swept across the chaos-verse. Every single beam of deathlight sent the 9 autarchs and the 9 star masters tumbling backwards. Extreme emotion. The undying Heaven Lord roared furiously. He wanted nothing more than to slash at the extreme love master. If she hadn't left at the last moment, they wouldn't have fallen into such a disadvantageous position. Throughout the ages, who is invincible? Aeon Shadow was already in a berserk state. He roared madly as the forbidden arts in his hands grew more and more terrifying. If this continued, the 9 paragons and the 9 celestial masters would definitely be suppressed. Mercy, hurry up and help. Do you really want to watch as this monster destroys the chaos-verse? The Lord of Destiny barked coldly. At this point, the extreme love master knew her priorities. She took a deep look at Yi Xian, then exploded with the power of extreme love and joined the battle once more. Rumble. The battle started again, but this time, Extreme Love King joined the fray. He slowed down Ancient Shadow's attacks, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Bang bang bang. The stars in the sky were collapsing, and the vast sea of stars was evaporating. The endless sky was collapsing inch by inch. Terrifying black holes filled the air, swallowing everything around them. It had to be said that Ancient Shadow was too terrifying. Even when the 10 paragons and the 9 star masters joined forces, they could only fight to a draw. Neither side could do anything to the other. Eternal reincarnation. Primordial destruction. You so-called supreme experts are nothing but a joke. You have no idea how terrifying the chaos-verse is. You think you can open the gate of reincarnation? Today, I'll have all of you die here. Ancient Shadow's eyes were scarlet red. The withering light grew stronger and stronger, and his aura rose again. The 10 paragons and the 9 star masters felt a great deal of pressure. What kind of monster is he? In the face of Ancient Shadow's terrifying attacks, the 10 paragons felt their hearts tremble. They thought that Ancient Shadow had unleashed his full power, but now it seemed that he was still holding back. Every time they took a hit from Ancient Shadow, their paragons showed signs of collapsing. Boom! All of a sudden, the Ancient Shadow clasped his hands together and then separated them with a loud bang, forming a deathly light that covered the sky. This terrifying light covered this part of the starry universe, and the aura that could destroy everything crazily suppressed the 10 strongest and the 9 great celestial masters. Bang! Wah! This attack was like heaven and earth, like the eternal blue sky. In the face of Ancient Shadow's overbearing attack, the 10 paragons and the 9 star masters spat out mouthfuls of blood. They were all sent flying by Ancient Shadow. Strong. Very strong. So strong that it could be said that he was invincible in the chaos-verse. The power that ancient shadow displayed now completely suppressed the 10 paragons and the 9 star masters. He really could be called the strongest in the Chaos verse. Dong! 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 Ancient shadow strolled forward, and with every step he took, the entire Chaos verse seemed to tremble. The power of absolute annihilation bloomed, and his ominous eyes flashed with scarlet murderous intent. It was as if he would kill the 10 paragons and the 9 star masters in the next moment. No one knew why ancient shadow wanted to kill so much. It was as if the 10 paragons and the 9 star masters were his mortal enemies, and only by killing them would he be able to quench the hatred in his heart. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that ancient shadow always carried a hint of sorrow, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. What joy is there in being me? Why should I die? Ancient shadow murmured. He suddenly looked at the 10 paragons and the 9 star masters. The end of the Chaos verse is death. You're just dying a little earlier. Only then will I have the chance to open the gate of reincarnation and truly understand the ultimate secrets of the Chaos verse. Rumble. The Chaos verse was boundless, and the universe was in reverse. Ancient shadow was sublimating to the extreme, and the deathly light on his body burned even brighter. His murderous aura was firmly locked onto the 10 paragons and the 9 star masters. At this moment, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he observed ancient shadow. A strange look flashed through his eyes, and great waves of shock surged in his heart. What was invincibility? What was invincibility? What was dominating the Chaos verse? At this moment, ancient shadow's performance was incisive and vivid. Even if the 10 paragons and 9 star masters joined forces, they were still suppressed by him. Perhaps only by gathering the 12 paragons would they be able to compete with him. Yi Xian's view of the world changed. He'd originally thought that the paragons were already at the peak of the Chaos verse, but now it seemed that there were realms above them that he didn't know of. Ancient shadow had fully explained everything. We paragons are undying and indestructible. The Lord of Primal Chaos said in a dignified voice, and the light of the Chaos verse spread out, hoping to join forces with the other paragons to fight ancient shadow once more. Unfortunately, they'd all suffered a blow from ancient shadow that surpassed paragons, and were all seriously injured. Even if they could still fight, they weren't ancient shadow's match. I'll send you all on your way. Rumble. Deathly light spread out from the enormous hand of the heavens, and the deathly aura of the Chaos verse surged. Ancient shadow's 5 fingers rose up, as if he were lifting up the entire Chaos verse. The faces of the 10 most powerful and the 9 great celestial masters were extremely grave. Each of them activated their own cultivation base, preparing to block the peerless attack of the ancient shadow. Chapter 1325. Clang! 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 Suddenly, something strange happened. Like the first sounds of chaos, like the ringing of a great bell, the heavy sound of a bell rang out from the multiverse. It shook one's heart and soul, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Anyone who heard it felt as if their soul would freeze. Rumble. A moment later, something terrifying happened. Chains appeared above Aeon Shadow, and an aura of the rules of order spread out. These chains of order seemed to have a mind of their own, and they instantly wrapped around Aeon Shadow. Chains of order. Aeon Shadow roared, his entire body erupting with deathly light as he tried to shatter the chains around him. Unfortunately, these chains of order completely ignored the withering death ray and instantly wrapped around the ancient shadow's body. The dazzling, blazing light quickly melted away the death aura on his body. Ah! Bound by the mysterious chains of order, the ancient shadow seemed to suffer an unimaginable calamity. He roared like a ferocious beast, but he was unable to break free from the chains. The death light around him was being annihilated inch by inch. It was as if it would kill him at any moment in this starry sky. Chaos Sanction. This is Chaos Sanction. When this scene appeared before the eyes of the 10 most powerful beings, the Master of Fate spoke in a deep voice. The heavy expression on his face dissipated. What was Chaos Sanction? The laws of the Chaos Verse were eternal, and there would always be things that the Chaos Verse could not tolerate. These things were known as taboos, and when a taboo triggered the Chaos Verse would send down Chaos Sanctions to suppress and destroy the taboo. At this moment, Aeon's shadow had erupted with a cultivation that surpassed that of an immemorial paragon, and he wanted to kill the 10 paragons and 9 astral masters. This had triggered Chaos Sanction, causing him to suffer a great calamity. I am eternal, I am unparalleled throughout the ages. Even Chaos Sanction can't kill me. Aeon's shadow roared madly, but the chains of order were slowly melting away the deathly light around him. His true body was slowly being revealed, clearly unable to withstand the Chaos Sanction. His body. Suddenly, the deathly light around Aeon's shadow's body rapidly melted away, and his true body gradually appeared before Yi Xian's eyes. But what did Yi Xian see? His flesh rotted and blood flowed out. Terrifying bloody holes appeared on Eternal Shadow's body, revealing his internal organs and pitch-black bones. At this moment, Aeon Shadow's physical body manifested under the punishment of chaos. Only his head was still covered by the light of death, so no one could see his face clearly. However, just the sight of his rotten body was enough to greatly affect Yi Xian's heart. A hint of horror flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. Such a terrifying person, a person who was known as a taboo character, who could injure him to such an extent? Is Eternal Shadow at its peak? Is he still seriously injured? All sorts of horrifying thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, causing him to look at the Eternal Shadow with even more trepidation. Not only Yi Xian, but the 10 great elites and the 9 great star masters were also dumbstruck and speechless. The opponent's physical body was so tattered, but he actually had the strength to sweep through them. This was simply shocking to the extreme. As long as the cycle of reincarnation doesn't open, I won't die. Break for me. Suddenly, Eternal Shadow let out the roar of an enraged beast. His arms stretched out with all his might, and the light of death around him erupted once more. The chains of order wrapped around him began to shatter inch by inch. Bang! The primordial chaos exploded, and all things were destroyed. The ancient shadow used some unknown technique to forcibly shatter the chains of order around him. However, in the next moment, his aura suddenly became extremely weak, as if this attack had used up all his strength. Come with me. Boom! All of a sudden. Just as everyone was in an inexplicable state of shock, Eternal Shadow took a step forward and instantly appeared beside Yi Xian. The two of them instantly disappeared from this part of the starry universe, making it impossible for anyone to find a trace of him and Yi Xian. Silence, silence, an eerie silence. When Eternal Shadow fled with Yi Xian, whether it was the 10 great elites or the 9 great star masters, everyone was stunned for a few breaths of time. There was no way for them to recover from their shock. We can't let him escape. Suddenly, the undying Heaven Lord roared, and it was also his roar that instantly awakened everyone from their stupor. Evidently, the Aeon Shadow had used all his strength to shatter the chains of order, but he had also suffered unimaginable injuries. Now was the best time to kill him. Moreover, Yi Xian had been kidnapped by Eternal Shadow. Whether it was to snatch Yi Xian back or to take advantage of Eternal Shadow's weakened state, they had to find Eternal Shadow and Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Eternal Shadow's methods were too terrifying. No one knew what kind of technique he used, but the 10 great elites and the 9 great star masters couldn't find traces of the two at all. Eternal Shadow and Yi Xian seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Even if they used their strongest consciousness to search the entire chaotic world, they couldn't find any trace of the two. This person walked out of the river of time. His origin is simply terrifying. If we don't kill him or reseal him in the river of time, I'm afraid the structure of the chaotic universe will change because of him. The undying Heaven Lord said gloomily. We must find him, the heavenly devouring Heaven Lord said coldly. A trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. He had to get Yi Xian. The Calamity Transcender technique on Yi Xian was the opportunity for him to break through the heaven-devouring demonic art. No matter where he takes you, I will find you, the Extreme Love Master murmured, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. On the other side. In the boundless starry sky of the chaotic universe. Two figures flashed through the starry sky. Every time they appeared, they crossed an entire star field. Even the insect race and chaos beasts in the chaotic starry sky couldn't stop them. Where are you taking me? Yi Xian was helpless at this moment. He was completely controlled by eternal shadow and couldn't resist at all. However, Yi Xian was very calm. He knew that eternal shadow wouldn't kill him. If he wanted to kill him, he would have already done so in the river of time. Unfortunately, eternal shadow didn't answer Yi Xian's question. He just took Yi Xian across the starry sky. However, the death light around him became fainter and fainter, and his decaying body was clearly presented in front of Yi Xian's eyes. 3 days later. A familiar star field appeared in front of Yi Xian's eyes. However, when Yi Xian saw the familiar star field in front of him, he was stunned on the spot and didn't recover for a long time. The chaotic world. Finally, when Yi Xian entered this familiar star field, a trembling voice came from his mouth. This was because the star field he was in at this moment was the chaotic world he had left back then. Yi Xian didn't expect that he would be brought here by eternal shadow. This simply shocked him to the extreme. Chi. Eternal shadow didn't say anything. He turned into a wisp of smoke and entered the chaotic world with Yi Xian. The two of them disappeared in the vast starry sky. Chapter 1326. The Untainted Land. Yi Xian walked out of this place and walked towards an even vaster chaotic universe. However, he never expected that he would return in a few million years. The Untainted Land was full of stories about him, and there were many unforgettable memories. These memories had always been in Yi Xian's mind. Even though he had left for millions of years, he had never forgotten them. Yi Xian didn't know what the great desolate world had become after millions of years, or what the cultivation of his old friends and subordinates were like now. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to go back and have a look. He wanted to go back to the celestial court that he had created and see his old friends. Unfortunately, although he was now in the Untainted Land, he could not leave at all, because there was a person beside him, an extremely terrifying and dangerous person. In a valley, the eternal shadow was sitting on a stone wall. The death light on his body was extremely faint, and his rotten flesh could be faintly seen. He gave off an extremely weak feeling. Although this taboo character looked very weak, Yi Xian did not have any thoughts about it, because he deeply understood that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if the other party was in an extremely weak state, it would not take much effort to kill him. But Yi Xian was very curious about one thing. Why did the eternal shadow bring him back to the Untainted Land? How did he know about the Untainted Land? In the past, Yi Xian might have been full of curiosity about the Untainted Land. But since he entered the chaotic world, his horizons had been broadened. At this moment, the so-called Untainted Land was just as so in his eyes. To put it bluntly, if Yi Xian was willing, he could destroy the great desolate world with a single strike and exterminate all living beings in the great desolate world. Aeon Shadow remained silent from beginning to end, as if he was a living corpse. His scarlet eyes occasionally flashed, giving off an unfathomable feeling. How do you know about the Untainted Land? Why did you bring me back here? Yi Xian was the first to break the silence and ask the biggest question in his heart. This is the primal chaos origin. The primal chaos heavenly mysteries can't touch this place. That's why I brought you here. Even the strongest of all time can't find you and me. The ancient shadow seemed to wake up from his thoughts. He stiffly turned his head to look at Yi Xian and gave Yi Xian an answer. Primal Chaos Origin. Upon hearing Eternal Shadow's words, Yi Xian was taken aback and a puzzled look appeared on his face. This star field was not large and the so-called Great Desolation world was only a world formed after Pangu's death. What did this have to do with the Primal Chaos Origin? Yi Xian had no idea what the Primal Chaos Origin was, but he believed that it was not that simple since Eternal Shadow had mentioned it. Chaos Reincarnation, Aeon Shadow murmured. When the universe is destroyed, it goes through destruction and birth. This is also called Chaos Reincarnation. When Chaos was born, it was called Chaos Origin. This is where the Chaos Origin is. Everything begins here, and everything ends here. How is this possible? Yi Xian was speechless after hearing Eternal Shadow's explanation. He did not expect the Great Desolation world he was in to have such a great origin. Do you know why this universe is called the Primal Chaos Universe? Do you know why there are no space behemoths or those annoying space bugs in this star field? Eternal Shadow asked. Why? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He felt that Eternal Shadow was about to tell him a big secret. The so-called chaos is the void. From nothing to something is called chaos. Because this is the primal chaos origin, it is also the starting point of something from nothing. Thus, the primal chaos heavenly mysteries are not apparent here. No living creature can sense this star field. Back then, that brat of the Pangu clan was able to come here because he had the heaven-shattering scripture and the heaven-shattering cauldron in his hands. Unfortunately, that brat was too stupid. The primal chaos origin's heavenly mysteries are not apparent and the great Tao laws are incomplete. Thus, he failed to pass the great Saint Tribulation and turned into a miniature world. This is the great desolation world you speak of, Eternal Shadow said slowly. How do you know all this? Yi Xian spoke in a daze. At this moment, the other party seemed to know everything, as if everything that happened in the great desolate world couldn't be hidden from him. I am unparalleled throughout the ages. I am eternal throughout the ages. Although I've always been trapped in the river of time, your future self once walked the river of time. Naturally, I would know everything about this place. The Aeon Shadow murmured. The Eternal Shadow suddenly raised his head and sized up Yi Xian with a pair of fierce eyes. Actually, I've fought with your future, and I want to kill him in the river of time. However, he's very strong, so strong that he surpasses the strongest of all time. Although he's still a bit weaker than me, with your future cultivation, you can definitely be considered at the peak of the entire primal chaos universe. Eternal Shadow was not stingy with his praise, and Yi Xian could hear a hint of admiration in his voice. However, I know that he is illusory, because he does not belong to the present world. I once tried to divine his origins, but I discovered that he was not under the control of the primal chaos universe. Instead, he was someone who walked out of here. In other words, he is the current you. However, there is one thing that I find very strange. The so-called living beings of the primal chaos universe are nothing more than low-level creatures born of that ant, Pangu. Although this is the primal chaos origin, and the workings of the primal chaos universe are not obvious, their life trajectories are included in the workings of the primal chaos universe. Even you are the same as them. However, when you entered the Elysium from the mortal world, your fate suddenly became blurry. Then, you completely broke free of the Chaosverse's control. Even I don't know what happened to you, Aeon Shadow murmured. Oh. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard Eternal Shadow's words. According to what Eternal Shadow said, he was still under the control of the primal chaos universe when he was young in the mortal world. It wasn't until he entered the primal chaos universe that he truly broke free of the primal chaos universe's control. Didn't that mean that he might have done something in the mortal world that allowed him to break free of the primal chaos universe's control and reach his current state? But a moment later, Yi Xian was horrified. Even the mortal world he had been in when he was young was nothing more than a miniature dimension to him, much less the primal chaos universe. How could there be an opportunity to break free of the primal chaos universe's control? You don't have to think about it. I once divined everything you did in the mortal world, but I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. In my opinion, the mortal world was nothing more than an extremely ordinary dimension. As for why you weren't under the control of the primal chaos universe, no one knows. This is also why I didn't kill you. I believe that when the primal chaos universe reaches its end and the primal chaos cycle begins, all the answers will be revealed, Eternal Shadow said in a low voice. Chapter 13:27. Yi Xian remained silent. He racked his brains about his past in the mortal world, but he couldn't find any clues. Then why did you bring me here? Yi Xian cleared his mind and looked at Aeon Shadow with a frown. I'm injured. Only by coming to the Chaos Origin can I avoid the punishment of the Chaos Verse. If I stay in the Chaos Verse, I'll be reduced to ashes sooner or later, Aeon Shadow said in a low voice. Then can you tell me who you are? Yi Xian asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Aeon Shadow was so terrifyingly powerful that he had surpassed the primordial sovereigns. His identity had to be terrifying to the extreme. Who am I? Aeon Shadow murmured, but a hint of sorrow seeped out of him. He didn't answer Yi Xian's question, because it was related to his greatest secret. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at Aeon Shadow's silence. He continued probing, as far as I know, the primordial sovereigns are the most powerful existences in the Chaos Verse, but you've surpassed them. I want to know if there are any other taboo existences like you in the Chaos Verse. Taboo? Aeon Shadow laughed self-deprecatingly. He was silent for a dozen or so breaths before he looked at Yi Xian with a pair of fierce eyes. The word taboo is indeed suitable for me. As for whether there are others like me, I only know of two. As for how many others there are, I'm not sure. However, based on my speculations, there are countless taboo existences hidden in the Chaos Verse. It's just that they're in hiding and not known by others. Hiss. Hearing the conclusion of the Eternal Shadow, Yi Xian was shocked. He sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. If it was really as the Eternal Shadow had said, then this chaotic universe was simply too terrifying. Yi Xian had always believed that the strongest of all time was the limit, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Just the Eternal Shadow in front of him was a taboo character. If there were more people like him, then unimaginable things would happen in the future. I've been scheming since the ancient times, all for the sake of transcendence. It's just that I'm not accepted by the primal chaos and have always been struggling at death's door in the river of time. I'm sure it's the same for the others. They all have their own methods to conceal themselves, that's all. Now that you've left the river of time, are you going to stay here forever? Yi Xian probed. That's right. I'll stay here. If I leave the primal chaos origin, the Chaos Verse will punish me once more. Not only will I have to stay here, you'll have to stay by my side as well. You're not allowed to take even half a step out of the primal chaos origin. Only when the cycle of reincarnation begins can you leave with me, Aeon Shadow said coldly. You want to imprison me? Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. A sharp glint flashed through his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. You can think of it that way, but I won't imprison you. You can leave if you want, but the 8 supreme powers in your body are entangled with each other. If you leave my side, I'm afraid it won't be long before your body explodes, said the ancient shadow. Ugh! Suddenly, Yi Xian's body swelled. The 8 supreme powers within his body instantly went berserk. His body swelled like a ball, and a painful groan came from his mouth. Suppress. Hum. Aeon Shadow pointed a finger at Yi Xian and sent the ray of withering death into Yi Xian's body, completely suppressing the 8 supreme forces. Only then did Yi Xian's swollen body return to normal. See? I'm the only one who can suppress the 8 supreme forces in your body. If you leave my side, your body will explode, Aeon Shadow said coldly. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression flickered. He didn't want to stay by Aeon Shadow's side. Aeon Shadow was too unpredictable, and every time Aeon Shadow glanced at him, there was a hint of murderous intent. Although this trace of killing intent was extremely obscure, Yi Xian could clearly sense it. Yi Xian didn't fully believe Aeon Shadow's words today. He had a feeling that Aeon Shadow was still hiding something from him. It definitely wasn't as simple as it seemed. You've been listening for so long. Are you still not going to show yourself? Aeon Shadow's 5 fingers suddenly reached for Yi Xian. A figure was pulled out of Yi Xian's body. It was Gai Tianyuan, who had carefully concealed his aura. Senior, please spare me. When Gai Tianyuan's soul was pulled out, he begged Aeon Shadow for mercy. The ray of withering death had made him feel the fear of death. A mere sempiternal realm soul fragment dares to spy on me. What kind of person was Aeon Shadow? He was a taboo existence that surpassed the eternal strongest. Gai Tianyuan might be able to hide his soul in front of the eternal strongest so that they wouldn't know of his existence. But in front of Aeon Shadow, his methods were laughable. I'll give you a physical body. From now on, you'll be my servant. Aeon Shadow's ray of withering death shot out. In an instant, a golden body was formed and Gai Tianyuan's soul fragment was sent into it. Creating something out of nothing, creating something out of nothing. When this method appeared in front of Yi Xian's face changed slightly. He looked at Aeon Shadow with even more caution. Thank you, Senior, for your generous gift. After obtaining a compatible body, Gai Tianyuan slowly opened his eyes and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Aeon Shadow. However, even though his body was golden, there was an undetectable trace of death chi. Clearly, Gai Tianyuan was completely under Aeon Shadow's control. However, Gai Tianyuan was already satisfied that he could survive and obtain a physical body. If he died in the hands of Aeon Shadow, that would be a tragedy. What happened next was simple. Gai Tianyuan transformed into Aeon Shadow's servant. The only thing he had to do was watch over Yi Xian and report back to Aeon Shadow at all times. Of course, Yi Xian's every move was under Aeon Shadow's control. Even without Gai Tianyuan, Yi Xian still wouldn't be able to escape Aeon Shadow's control. However, Aeon Shadow placed great importance on Yi Xian because he was related to the secret of opening the gate of reincarnation. Day after day passed, and time gradually flowed away. Every 10,000 years, Aeon Shadow would suppress the 8 supreme powers in Yi Xian's body. Normally, Aeon Shadow would sit cross-legged in the belly of the mountain and spit out death chi, as if to heal his injuries. During this time, Aeon Shadow also took away Yi Xian's ancient bronze scripture and heaven-punishing halberd, as if he wanted to comprehend something unknown. However, Aeon Shadow only studied them for a while before returning them to Yi Xian. This made Yi Xian extremely curious. Aeon Shadow had only shown some interest in something that even the most powerful of the Aeon valued, but he didn't seem to have any intention of taking it for himself. Yi Xian didn't think it was that simple. It was as if Aeon Shadow had studied the ancient bronze scripture and the heaven-shattering cauldron. Chapter 1328. Legend has it that the heaven-shattering scripture and 12 heaven-shattering cauldrons are the secret to opening the gate of reincarnation. But you don't seem to care too much about it. When Aeon Shadow returned the bronze scripture and heaven-destroying halberd to Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Ha! Aeon Shadow sneered. Those legends were probably made up by those supreme experts. They were only half right, but even if all 12 heaven-shattering cauldrons were gathered, they still wouldn't be able to open the gate of reincarnation. After all, someone once gathered all 12, but in the end, didn't they? Suddenly, Wan Guyin's words came to a halt. He realized that if he continued, he would reveal a huge secret. Could it be that you? Yi Xian was an extremely intelligent person, and his thoughts were extremely meticulous. Although the Eternal Shadow had only said half a sentence, he was able to deduce an extremely terrifying thing from it. Aside from the Extreme Love Master, every one of the 10 supreme experts wanted to gather all 12 heaven-shattering cauldrons, but after 10 Yuan Hui, no one had succeeded. But just now, the Eternal Shadow actually said that someone had gathered together before. In Yi Xian's opinion, this was simply a fantasy. There was only one explanation. Boom! When this terrifying conjecture flashed through Yi Xian's mind, he felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. His heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. If Yi Xian's conjecture was true, it would also explain why Aeon Shadow's cultivation was so terrifying. He'd even surpassed the supreme experts of ancient times. He didn't take them seriously at all. You're very smart. Just from a few words of mine, you've guessed something. Aeon Shadow slowly nodded. His fierce eyes flickered as he looked at Yi Xian. But you must remember that those who are too smart will die very miserably. I hope you understand this principle. His fierce eyes and warning words all indicated that Yi Xian's conjecture might be true. Yi Xian forced himself to calm down, then fell silent. Time passed, and the sea turned into mulberry fields. Aeon Shadow had settled down in this nameless mountain range. Every day, apart from healing his injuries, he sat cross-legged alone. No one knew what he was thinking. 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. It had already been 100,000 years since Yi Xian returned to the great desolate world. He really wanted to return to the heavenly court to take a look, and he even wanted to meet his old friends and subordinates. However, the existence of the shadow of eternity dispelled this thought. However, Yi Xian didn't waste these 100,000 years. Yi Xian's cultivation. He had Aeon Shadow's many questions he'd ask Shadow for advice. Yi, of Aeon Shadow, that. Yi, Aeon Shadow had hats. Yi Xian's had. But Shadow had. Yi, he too. To Yi to him, to, Shadows, Shadow, to. Shadow to Shadow, have. To Shadow provided, Shadow to. To, s. Himt, Shadows, Shadows. He's, to s was, Shadow s learning in cultivation. Yi Xian's progress could be said to be rapid. In just 100,000 years, he had reached the completion of the Yin realm. He was only one step away from the Yangsheng realm. 100,000 years seemed to be a long time, but it was nothing for chaotic creatures. To be able to reach the completion of the Yin realm in 100,000 years was already an amazing talent in the chaotic world. In the past 100,000 years, Yi Xian was not only learning, but also trying to refine the 8 supreme forces in his body. This was because it was a ticking time bomb that could blow him to pieces at any time. If Aeon Shadow hadn't helped him suppress it, he would have died without a burial place. Yi Xian was very ambitious. He not only wanted to refine the 8 supreme forces in his body, but also wanted to use them for himself. The only thing he could count on was the Tribulation Transcender's Devour, which he hadn't used for a long time. Only this method could achieve Yi Xian's goal. Tribulation Transcender's Devour. This was a heaven-defying technique, and it was also the technique that appeared in the small cauldron. Although Yi Xian was proficient in the Tribulation Transcender's Devour, he rarely used this method. In the past, he was able to cultivate the space-time seed and cultivate the power of space-time because the Tribulation Transcender's Devour devoured the magical ability of the ancestral witch of time and space. The Tribulation Transcender's Devour was also a devouring technique, but it was different from the Tribulation Transcender's technique. The Tribulation Transcender's technique devoured one's cultivation, while the Tribulation Transcender's Devour devoured magical abilities. Now, the 8 supreme forces in Yi Xian's body had something in common with magical abilities. The Tribulation Transcender's Devourer could completely devour these 8 supreme forces and turn them into Yi Xian's own. However, although the Tribulation Transcender's Devourer was a heaven-defying technique, the 8 supreme forces were simply too terrifying. If Yi Xian wanted to completely devour the 8 supreme forces and turn them into his own strength, it would take an extremely long time. Fortunately, over the past 100,000 years, the power left in his body by the 8 supreme forces had been slowly devoured by the Tribulation Transcender's Devourer. According to Yi Xian's estimation, it would take him less than 100 years to completely refine the 8 supreme forces. If Yi Xian's guess wasn't wrong, then if he was able to refine all 8 of the supreme powers and fuse them into the heaven burial technique that he'd created, then his own cultivation should be able to step into the perfection of Yangsheng. He could completely prepare to break through to the next great realm. However, this would take time. Yi Xian had only taken the first step. Moreover, his attention was now focused on the Eternal Shadow because this taboo character had something that Yi Xian was very interested in. Magical ability. Yes, it was the magical ability. In the past 100,000 years, although the two had not spoken much, watching the Eternal Shadow cultivate every day and practice some forbidden secret techniques from time to time, Yi Xian could be said to be extremely envious. Although the Eternal Shadow did not show any power, just the leakage of a trace of aura let Yi Xian know that the taboo techniques mastered by the Eternal Shadow were absolutely terrifying. If he could learn a few of them, he could definitely use them as his trump cards. As the saying goes, danger and opportunity coexist. Although he was now being held hostage by the Eternal Shadow, this was also a great opportunity. If he could learn the taboo techniques of this taboo character, it would definitely be an unimaginable help for him when he returned to the chaotic world. However, what disappointed Yi Xian was that he had shamelessly asked the Eternal Shadow to teach him the taboo techniques, but all he got was a fierce look. Not to mention teaching him the taboo techniques, he did not even give him a good face. As everyone knew, the magical ability was passed down from one generation to another, and would never be passed on to outsiders. Even if the Eternal Shadow had a terrifying origin and valued Yi Xian very much, he was still very stingy about his own magical ability. After being rejected several times, Yi Xian could see that if he wanted the Eternal Shadow to teach him the taboo techniques, he was afraid that he would have to use some means. Chapter 1329. A mouthful of turbid air was spat out from Yi Xian's mouth. A mountain rock was turned into dust, and a wisp of the heaven burial technique's aura was mixed within it. At this moment, Yi Xian also slowly opened his eyes. From the corner of his eyes, he faintly looked at the ancient shadows. The technique is not bad, but it's a pity that it's not perfect enough. If you cultivate to the peak of ancient times, you might be able to perfect this technique. The ancient shadow indifferently commented. He didn't have the slightest interest in Yi Xian's heaven-burying art. Yi Xian originally wanted to use the heaven-burying art to attract Aeon Shadow's attention, but now it seemed that Aeon Shadow didn't care. There was even a trace of contempt in his words. Obviously, this taboo character's vision was too high. His heaven-burying art was just a rough creation, and in his eyes, it was just a so-so. However, Yi Xian wasn't disappointed because he was already prepared. Tribulation Transcender Transformation. Suddenly, Yi Xian formed a hand seal with both of his hands as an explosive shout came from his mouth. His entire aura abruptly rose, and his originally perfect Yin realm cultivation abruptly advanced towards the Yang birth realm. Unfortunately, in the next moment, Yi Xian's face flushed red, and his originally soaring aura instantly fell back to the Yin realm. When Yi Xian used the Tribulation Transcender transformation, Aeon Shadow's aura changed. He immediately looked at Yi Xian with a pair of fierce eyes. Obviously, Yi Xian's technique had attracted his attention. A taboo technique? The next moment, Aeon's shadow slowly shook his head and murmured, "No, you've cultivated the wrong taboo technique. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Please enlighten me." Yi Xian's eyes moved, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then, he instantly calmed down and began to humbly ask Aeon's shadow for advice. To be honest, Yi Xian felt the most regretful about the Tribulation Transcender transformation. In the past, this Tribulation Transcender transformation could be said to have been a great help to him. It could double his combat strength, but ever since he stepped into the quasi-sage realm in the Great Desolate World, this Tribulation Transcender transformation had become useless. The effect of doubling his combat strength had gradually declined, and even when he used it, it couldn't increase his combat strength by much. Yi Xian had also studied the Tribulation Transcender transformation, but he hadn't been able to discover why such a situation would occur. Thus, he could only put aside this heaven-defying technique. However, after experiencing some experiences in the chaotic world, Yi Xian did not believe that the method derived from the small cauldron would be so useless. He was afraid that he had gone in the wrong direction. Now, after hearing Eternal Shadow's comments, Yi Xian was naturally excited. He knew that not only had the other party noticed that his cultivation was going in the wrong direction, but he was also extremely interested in the Tribulation Transcender transformation. "Recite the scripture for me." But if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that his scarlet eyes were flashing. He was clearly not as calm as his words suggested. Yi Xian sneered inwardly and quickly recited the scripture for the Tribulation Transcender transformation. Of course, while reciting the scripture, poor Guy Tianyuan was driven out by Eternal Shadow. After all, whether it was Yi Xian or Eternal Shadow, neither wanted Guy Tianyuan to know about this method. What a good Tribulation Transcender transformation! After several dozen breaths of time, the ancient shadow let out a sigh and sighed. "Senior, please enlighten me." Yi Xian's eyes moved slightly, and he hurriedly made a gesture of asking for guidance. Change. Suddenly, the withering light burst out, and Eternal Shadow's aura surged. His momentum instantly recovered to its peak. The mysterious death light hovered around his body, and Yi Xian's eyes trembled in shock. What an old monster, he had cultivated to the Tribulation Transcender transformation in a moment. It seemed that his injuries had also recovered faster because of the Tribulation Transcender transformation. Yi Xian roared in his heart. Although he had been prepared for this, when he saw the aura of Eternal Shadow at this moment, his heart still shook fiercely. Buzz! The withering light gradually subsided, and Eternal Shadow slowly let out a breath of turbid air. Only then did he look at Yi Xian. The so-called Tribulation Transcender transformation is all about the word change. This change is to increase your potential, not your cultivation. The methods you cultivate are too heterogeneous, and the Tribulation Transcender transformation is used on each of your methods. This forbidden technique is scattered all over the place, so it naturally can't display the power it should have. Now, just use the Tribulation Transcender transformation on one method and see if there are any new changes, Eternal Shadow said. As the saying goes, a word awakens a person from a dream. After receiving instructions from Eternal Shadow, Yi Xian's eyes instantly lit up. He hurriedly used the Tribulation Transcender transformation on the heaven-burying art. Bang! In the next moment, an extremely terrifying thing happened. A terrifying grey light erupted from Yi Xian's body. His extreme Yin realm cultivation suddenly stepped into the Yang birth realm, and a golden halo surrounded his body. So that's how it is. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly dispersed the Tribulation Transcender transformation, and a trace of self-mockery flashed in his eyes. He was really stupid. He didn't expect such a simple problem to trouble him for so long. If it weren't for Eternal Shadow's instructions today, he feared that this Tribulation Transcender transformation would have been wasted. This Tribulation Transcender transformation should be something you comprehended from the heaven-shattering cauldron. Since I have learned your method, I naturally won't take advantage of you. I will also teach you a forbidden technique. As for whether you can learn it or not, that will depend on yourself. Eternal Shadow had an extremely amazing origin, and he also had his own pride. Although it seemed that he had taught Yi Xian about the changes in the Tribulation Transcender technique, he had also learned this method. Naturally, he didn't want to owe Yi Xian a favor. "Thank you, Senior." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "I have 8 forbidden techniques, each of which is said to be extremely rare. Which one do you want to learn?" Eternal Shadow didn't say any nonsense. He already knew that Yi Xian coveted his forbidden techniques, so he was very generous at this moment. Yi Xian pondered for a while and said, "I wonder if Senior can introduce these 8 forbidden techniques. Illusion, extermination, kill, trap, seal, attack, reverse, turn. Which one do you want to learn?" Eternal Shadow's words were concise, and he didn't explain too much to Yi Xian. Yi Xian pondered for a while, thinking hard about the profound meaning of these 8 words. After an incense stick of time, his eyes narrowed and he made a decision in his heart. "Reverse," Yi Xian said in a deep voice. When Yi Xian made his choice, Eternal Shadow's breath stopped. He thought that with Yi Xian's temperament, he would choose kill, but he didn't expect that he would choose reverse. "Have you really decided?" Eternal Shadow asked in a deep voice. "I've decided," Yi Xian said in a powerful voice. "Good." Eternal Shadow nodded slowly. In truth, Yi Xian didn't know that Eternal Shadow didn't want to teach him reverse. This was because reverse was ranked in the top 3 of the 8 forbidden techniques. It could be said that it was an extremely important forbidden technique for Eternal Shadow. The reason he had been able to survive until now was largely because of this reverse art. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was defying the good fortune of primal chaos and seizing the mysteries of the universe. However, Eternal Shadow had already made a promise. No matter how unwilling he was, he wouldn't break his promise to Yi Xian. "I'll only demonstrate one transformation. Whether or not you succeed will depend on yourself." Boom! Eternal Shadow slowly stood up, the withering death light revolving around his body. He chanted one sutra after another, and strands of mysterious aura began to bloom around him. Chapter 1330. There is a cycle of reincarnation throughout the ages. Heaven and earth are destroyed. From life to death, from death to life. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Against chaos. Aeon Yin Yang's body flickered as he practiced the forbidden art. It was as if he were about to disappear from Yi Xian's eyes, as if he didn't exist in the world. Yi Xian stared at Aeon Yin Yang. He memorized all of the scriptures Aeon Yin Yang was reciting. As Aeon Yin Yang performed the forbidden art, a mysterious aura began to seep out from Yi Xian's body. Time passed by bit by bit. Perhaps it was a day, or perhaps it was 10,000 years, or perhaps it was a yuan hui. Time seemed to have become illusory at this moment, and no one could detect any trace of it. When the Eternal Shadow stopped cultivating, Yi Xian was still in a state of enlightenment. He was completely immersed in the great taboo technique of the Gate of Eternity. What frightening perception! Aeon Yin Yang's lips twitched as he watched Yi Xian practice the reverse symbol art. His scarlet eyes flashed with pain, but he still couldn't stop himself from praising Yi Xian. One had to know that when he created this inverse character art, it cost him half of his life. It was also because of this inverse character art that he was able to live until now. This inverse character art could be said to be one of his treasures at the bottom of his chest. He was not even willing to teach it to his disciple. "You're clearly immortal, but your perception is terrifying. Let's see how far you can go. Let's see if you can open the gates of reincarnation and help me break through this path of chaos," Aeon Yin Yang muttered. Reverse. Whoosh! Suddenly, an explosive shout came from Yi Xian's mouth as a shocking aura exploded out. His body swayed like ripples in the water, giving people the illusion that he didn't exist in the world. I've only practiced it once, and he's already grasped the basics. Despite Aeon Yin Yang's shocking background, when he saw Yi Xian erupt with the aura of the reverse symbol art, his heart trembled. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of turbid air as the aura of the inverse symbol art slowly receded from his body. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian broke out in a large amount of cold sweat, drenching his clothes. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Xian panted heavily as his face turned from red to white. Just now, when he was practicing the inverse character technique, he had consumed a total of 90% of his cultivation. If it wasn't for the fact that he felt that something was wrong and stopped, just this taboo technique alone would have sucked his cultivation dry. If you want to use a forbidden art, you naturally have to pay a certain price. The reverse symbol art seizes the good fortune of primordial chaos, defying the mysteries of heaven and earth. You can slowly comprehend its profundities in the future, said the ancient shadow. There can be no construction without destruction, and construction after destruction. This is the mystery of the Ni character art, right? Yi Xian slowly raised his head to look at Aeon Yin Yang. Although he had only practiced it once, he could clearly sense how terrifying this taboo technique was. This was a taboo technique that allowed one to rise from death, and then return from life to death. If Yi Xian's speculations were correct, this technique could be considered a life-saving technique. When one fell into a hopeless situation or was on the verge of death, the reverse symbol art could allow one to live a second life, achieving the astonishing effect of reversing life and death. A strange light flashed through Aeon Yin Yang's fierce eyes, and then he slowly nodded. You are very clever. The reverse symbol art truly is a taboo technique capable of reversing life and death. However, I must warn you that reversing the mysteries of primordial chaos is not something the Chaosverse can tolerate. That is why the reverse symbol art is known as a taboo technique. In addition, it is extremely difficult to cultivate. Even if you succeed, you may not be able to reverse life and death. That will depend on your own karmic luck. Many thanks for your generosity, Senior, Yi Xian said humbly. There is no need to thank me. You and I are only exchanging for equal value, Aeon Yin Yang said indifferently. He had always regarded Yi Xian as an enemy on the same level as himself. Although Yi Xian was currently very weak, he believed that Yi Xian would definitely be on the same level as him in the future. This was only a matter of time. In fact, the most important reason why Aeon Yin Yang didn't want to teach Yi Xian his own taboo technique was because the two of them would inevitably fight in the future. If Yi Xian learned too many of his techniques, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Aeon Yin Yang. It wasn't that Aeon Yin Yang was narrow-minded, but that he knew very well how terrifying the person who had fought him in the long river of time was. Even he felt extremely heavy pressure when facing him. Since Senior is willing to exchange for equal value, I have two other great techniques here. I wonder if Senior is interested. Yi Xian's eyes turned as he hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. As Yi Xian spoke, he directly sent two jade talismans towards Aeon Yin Yang. They were the Tribulation Transcender technique and the Tribulation Transcender Devour technique that he had already prepared. Aeon Yin Yang was startled, and his aura suddenly became extremely strange. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be so greedy. He wasn't satisfied with learning the reverse symbol art and was even greedy for other great taboo techniques. Aeon Yin Yang originally wanted to refuse, but the Tribulation Transcender technique and the Tribulation Transcender Devour were two heaven-defying great techniques that really tempted him. This also made him hesitate. Alright, I'll exchange for one with you. Aeon Yin Yang didn't hesitate for too long and directly accepted the Tribulation Transcender Devour. As for the Tribulation Transcender technique, he casually returned it to Yi Xian. Although he was also very interested in the Tribulation Transcender technique, this great taboo technique wasn't essential to him. Moreover, teaching Yi Xian two great taboo techniques was already Aeon Yin Yang's limit. If Yi Xian learned 3 great taboo techniques, Aeon Yin Yang definitely didn't want to see the result. What happened next was very simple. In exchange, Yi Xian chose another great taboo technique. This time, the taboo technique Yi Xian chose was the attack character technique. Attack. When Yi Xian chose the attack symbol art, Aeon Yin Yang regretted exchanging it with Yi Xian. This was because the attack symbol art was the second greatest taboo technique in history. It was an extremely terrifying great taboo technique. When Aeon Yin Yang had swept away the 10 strongest experts and 9 great star masters, he had relied on this attack symbol art. Without this attack symbol art, even if his cultivation surpassed the strongest of all time, it would have been impossible for him to be a match for the 10 strongest experts and 9 great star masters. Attack symbol art. It was known as the 3rd greatest offensive technique of all time. Once this technique was used, its attacks would be fierce, and it would have the terrifying power to fight across realms. Within the same realm, it could be called invincible. This technique had the same effect as the Tribulation Transcender transformation. However, while the Tribulation Transcender transformation increased one's cultivation, the attack symbol art increased one's combat strength. It allowed the user to release an attack with the power of an ancient era. What was the power of an ancient era? To make a simple analogy, every great art was like a saber without a sharp edge, and the attack character formula was a whetstone that could sharpen any great art to the extreme. Every slash of the saber could unleash one's extreme strength. When Yi Xian obtained the attack symbol art, he was extremely excited. If he combined it with his cultivation and the Tribulation Transcender transformation, killing people across realms would be as simple as drinking water. Chapter 1331. Remember, although the attack character formula is extremely overbearing and can be called the 3rd greatest offensive technique of all time, this forbidden technique consumes a lot of cultivation. It's best not to use it unless it's a life and death situation. Otherwise, your body will be sucked dry, Eternal Shadow warned in a cold voice. Eternal Shadow was in a very bad mood. His 2 great techniques had been learned by Yi Xian, and he felt extremely pained. Fortunately, he also learned the Tribulation Transcender transformation and Tribulation Transcender Devour, so he didn't suffer a loss. This made him feel somewhat comforted. Time flowed by, and another 30,000 years passed. Yi Xian had barely grasped the 2 great taboo techniques in his hands. The 8 supreme powers within his body had become increasingly scarce under the devouring of the Tribulation Transcender Devour. They had all turned into nourishment for the heaven-burying technique, causing his cultivation to reach a terrifying level. Boom! Yi Xian's body erupted with supreme yang energy. On this day, 30,000 years later, he finally stepped into the yang birth realm. The 8 supreme powers within his body had all turned into nothingness and were completely refined by his Tribulation Transcender Devour. The heaven burial technique also emitted a terrifying gray light. Rumble. The 12 primal chaos worlds rippled out, transforming into 12 primal chaos universes that rotated behind Yi Xian. These 12 primal chaos universes began to emit strands of gray light, and the 12 primal chaos stars seemed to be connected together. At this moment, an extremely terrifying change was taking place. Change! Yi Xian roared, and the Tribulation Transcender transformation that he hadn't used for a long time was displayed. His aura suddenly rose, and the 12 chaotic stars rotated with a roar. The surrounding mountains and rivers twisted and collapsed, faintly showing signs of spreading in all directions. Attack! Qi! Yi Xian pointed his sword at the sky and destroyed the stars. Yi Xian pointed his finger at the primal chaos universe. The heaven-burying light pierced through the starry sky, and a star hanging in the primal chaos universe instantly turned into ashes. Even the star field where the great desolate world was located trembled slightly. This attack completely surpassed the power of the yang birth realm. Even a half-step path-seeking realm expert might not be able to display such terrifying combat strength. At this moment, Yi Xian had ascended to the extreme. He had finally completed the most crucial transformation. His cultivation had stepped into the Yang birth realm, and he had also learned two great forbidden arts of eternal shadow. Moreover, both the chaotic 12 Yuanhui worlds and the heaven's burial art that he had created had reached an unimaginable level at this moment. At this moment, Yi Xian's battle prowess was no longer the same as before. Even the strongest seeds like Lu Yaoxing would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. He would leave them far behind. 12 Yuanhui world. Aeon Shadow strolled out of the valley, staring at Yi Xian with a pair of fierce eyes. He then shook his head and said, although the 12 Yuanhui realms are unique, they are nothing more than that. If you want to be the one to open the gates of reincarnation, you will have to destroy your 12 Yuanhui realms. You will truly have nothing to do with the Chaos Verse. At this point, Eternal Shadow paused for a moment, as if he had thought of something. His scarlet eyes flickered as he muttered, after all, he also created the 12 Yuanhui worlds back then, but in the end. Destroy my own world. Yi Xian had been in high spirits after his cultivation had skyrocketed, but when he heard Aeon Shadow's words, his excitement abruptly cooled. If his own world was destroyed, his cultivation would be crippled as well. That would be equivalent to crippling his great Tao origin. Yi Xian simply couldn't imagine such a thing happening. Seize creation, turn yin-yang, step into Tao seeking, and become immortal, Aeon Shadow said coldly. Once you step into the undying realm, you'll be faced with a choice. Do you want to destroy your own world or merge it with your body? If you choose the latter, you'll have a chance to become the strongest in history. If you choose the former, you'll be in danger of dying, but you'll also have a chance to open the gate of reincarnation. However, you have just stepped into the Yang birth realm and haven't even reached the half-step Tao seeking realm. You are still some distance away from the immortal realm. Consider it carefully, Aeon Shadow said in a low voice. I understand. Yi Xian nodded gravely. The three realms of creation, the two realms of yin and yang, and the three realms of Tao seeking were all part of the process of improving oneself and perfecting one's world. When Yi Xian stepped into the immortal realm, he would have to make a choice. Would he choose to merge his own world with his own body or destroy it? For others, this was a difficult problem that didn't even need to think about. Naturally, they would have to become one with the world and then chase after the title of strongest throughout history. However, ever since Yi Xian had seen many great secrets and seen Aeon Shadow before him, his goal was no longer to become the strongest throughout history. As for how to choose, Yi Xian had already made his choice. He wasn't someone who was willing to fall behind others, and he didn't believe Aeon Shadow would point him to a dead end. If Aeon Shadow wanted to harm him, it would be easy for him to kill him now. Moreover, from Aeon Shadow's words, Yi Xian learned a secret. In the past, there had been another person who had opened up the 12 Yuanhui worlds like him, but in the end, he didn't have a good ending. Yi Xian gradually calmed down and suppressed these troubled thoughts. He cupped his hands and bowed to Aeon Shadow. Senior, thank you for your guidance over the past few days. I would like to bid you farewell today. Aeon Shadow seemed to have expected Yi Xian's departure. He looked at Yi Xian indifferently and said, if you return to the 5 regions of chaos now, aren't you afraid that the strongest throughout history will suppress you? They wouldn't dare. Yi Xian smiled slightly. All right. Aeon Shadow didn't say much. He didn't intend to force Yi Xian to stay. Even if he was willing to guide Yi Xian's cultivation, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to become the person he wanted if he only cultivated in seclusion. I'll wait for you here at the origin of chaos. I hope you won't disappoint me. The ancient shadow turned around and left, while Gai Tianyuan gave Yi Xian a deep glance. His eyes revealed a trace of helplessness, and he could only follow the ancient shadow back to the colonel. I'll be back. Yi Xian murmured, a deep glint in his eyes. He took a step forward and vanished. At this moment, Yi Xian's cultivation had already stepped into the Yang birth realm, which was an entire realm higher than the strongest seeds. He also had two great taboo techniques, so whether it was his own heaven-burying technique or his various techniques and abilities, they had all been refined to the extreme. His era had finally begun. He was about to embark on his journey and open up an era of invincibility that belonged only to him. What strongest seeds? What divine sons of great sects? What world-shaking monsters? Right now, Yi Xian had the confidence to sweep through all his enemies. No matter who it was, they would be suppressed before him. Seize good fortune, turn yin and yang, step into Tao seeking, and become immortal. After the yin and yang realms came the half-step to Tao seeking. After that came the three realms of Tao seeking. This was also a process that led to the immortal realm. The three realms of Tao seeking were the Tao seeking realm, the Tao comprehending realm, and the Tao merging realm. After the three realms of Tao seeking, one would enter the immortal realm, which was the sect master level. Chapter 1332. It was the untainted world. In the sky, Yi Xian was slowly walking forward. With his current cultivation, he only needed a thought to travel through the great desolate lands to reach the place he wanted to go. The untainted world used to be huge in his eyes, but compared to the chaotic world, it was just a drop in the ocean. Now that he was back, Yi Xian wanted to see his old friends. He wondered how their cultivation was after millions of years and what the celestial court looked like now. Moreover, many of his old friends were buried in the yellow soil. Now that he was back, he should pay his respects to them. With his thoughts drifting, Yi Xian walked according to the memory in his mind. The first place he wanted to go was the Bir Fangxuan mountain, because there were people he needed to pay his respects to there. The Bir Fangxuan mountain. Patriarch Subhuti was meditating. After millions of years, his cultivation base had risen to the great holy level, and he had passed the chaos holy tribulation without any mishap. Over the past millions of years, he had cultivated his body and mind and was almost unrivaled in the untainted world. He was peaceful and did not like to fight with others, so he had a sense of detachment. Over the past millions of years, he had taught many disciples, and each of them had become famous in the untainted world. Many of them had joined the celestial court and were all overlords. Master. A young girl knelt in front of Subhuti with a look of adoration. She had a strand of golden hair on her temples. Apparently, she was not a human, but a demon. How's your learning of the somersault cloud? Subhuti opened his eyes slowly and looked at the girl with a kind smile. Master, I've learned the somersault cloud. When can you teach me the 72 earthly fiend transformations? The girl's eyes sparkled with hope. There's no hurry. When you can pull out the Jingu Bang, I'll teach you the 72 transformations. Subhuti smiled. I've reached the level of primordial unity golden immortal. I'm sure I can pull out the Jingu Bang. Please help me, Master. The girl scratched her ears and cheeks anxiously. Looking at the girl in front of him, Subhuti's eyes were in a trance, as if he was looking at his arrogant disciple. All right, then come with me. Patriarch Subhuti brought the girl to the back of the mountain where his disciple and weapon were buried. Back of the mountain. From time to time, there would be birds flying by and chirping sounds could be heard. There were even some spirit beasts flying by and roaring sounds could be heard from time to time. A cenotaph was piled up with yellow soil. A slender figure was standing in front of the cenotaph. The afterglow of the setting sun made his shadow very long. The chirping of the surrounding birds and beasts gradually quieted down. Teacher, you've always told me that eldest senior brother was known as the great sage, heaven's equal. When Subhuti brought the girl to the top of the mountain, the girl's words came to an abrupt halt. The figure in front of the tomb was too serene, and it instantly affected her. In the next moment, Subhudi's expression changed abruptly. His hair and beard turned into barbs, and his aura of a great sage erupted. He could not sense any aura from the figure in front of him. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have noticed that someone had sneaked in. Subhudi was shocked. He did not dare to say that he was invincible in the entire eldritch world, but there was absolutely no one who could surpass him. Yet, someone had managed to sneak into his orthodoxy without him noticing. Just this cultivation alone was enough to make him shudder. "Who are you, fellow Taoist?" Subhudi's expression was grave because the figure in front of him was holding the Jingu Bang, the divine weapon that his disciple was proud of. "How dare you, villain! Put down my eldest senior brother's weapon." Before Subhudi could make a move, the girl had already shouted. She stepped on a golden cloud and charged toward the figure. At the same time, she was chanting, trying to cast a spell to capture the figure. "Don't be reckless." Subhudi's expression changed. He wanted to stop the girl's reckless behavior, but it was too late. "Eldest senior brother?" The figure in front of the two murmured. He gently turned around with the Jingu Bang in his hand. He did not respond to the girl's spell. When he opened his eyes, the spell disappeared without a trace. The girl staggered and almost fell in front of him. "Wise stone monkey." When Yi Xian's gaze fell onto the young girl, a trace of brilliance flashed through his eyes. This was because the body of the young girl in front of him was actually exactly the same as Sun Wukong's. They were both one of the four primal chaos monkeys, the wise stone monkey. "Let me go, villain." The girl was imprisoned in midair. She shouted at Yi Xian, but there was also fear in her eyes. She was a primordial unity golden immortal, but she did not even know how she was restrained. You are." Suddenly, a trembling voice was heard. Patriarch Subhudi appeared in front of the girl in an instant, looking at Yi Xian with great shock. "We haven't seen each other for millions of years. How are you, Patriarch?" Yi Xian looked at his old friend, who was also Sun Wukong's master. Although his cultivation was much higher than Yi Xian's, he still had to show due respect. "Yi Xian!" Subhudi exclaimed in surprise. He could not believe his eyes. After millions of years, he could not believe that Yi Xian would reappear in front of him. Didn't you go to the chaotic world with Yuan Ling?" "Why?" Subhudi asked in a trembling voice. "It's a long story." Yi Xian sighed and lifted the girl's restriction. He then threw the Jingu Bang to the girl and said, "The Jingu Bang is my elder brother's weapon. You share the same origin as him and are of the wise stone monkey bloodline. Don't disgrace his name in the future." Who are you?" "I don't want you to preach to me." The girl was unruly and stared at Yi Xian angrily. Apparently, she was not a stingy person. "Niankong, don't be unreasonable." Patriarch Subhudi rebuked angrily. The girl was startled and felt wronged. She had never seen her teacher lose his temper like this before. "It doesn't matter. Seeing her reminds me of my elder brother Sun Wukong. They are free and unrestrained. It's good." Yi Xian said with a smile. "Alas, don't mention it. This disciple of mine is very similar to Sun Wukong. Otherwise, I would not have accepted her as my disciple out of compassion." Patriarch Subhudi sighed helplessly. "Yi Xian, why are you back? How are Yuan Ling and the others?" Subhudi changed the topic. After all, he had chosen to stay in the untainted land. In fact, he regretted his choice. Now that Yi Xian had returned, he naturally wanted to ask about Yuan Ling and Luo Ho. Yi Xian didn't hide anything and briefly recounted everyone's experiences. This caused Subhudi to sigh endlessly, while the young girl's eyes lit up when she heard this. Chapter 1333. I just happened to come back to the Eldritch Wilderness to pay my respects to Brother Wukong. I'll be leaving soon, Yi Xian said softly. Sigh. Patriarch Subhuti let out a long sigh. Your world is no longer limited to the Eldritch Wilderness. The chaotic universe is your stage. I wonder when we'll meet again. Senior Brother Yi, can I call you Senior Brother Yi? Suddenly, the girl carefully interjected and looked at Yi Xian with sparkling eyes. Of course. Wukong is my elder brother. According to seniority, you can indeed call me Senior Brother, Yi Xian said with a smile. Senior Brother Yi, I've always heard Master talking about how powerful Senior Brother Wukong is. Who's more powerful between you and Senior Brother Wukong? The girl asked curiously. This. Yi Xian was stunned and a wry smile appeared on his face. This question was actually very easy to answer because it was obvious. However, Yi Xian still thought for a moment and said, if eldest brother was still here, then with his talent, he definitely wouldn't be inferior to me. Moreover, if it wasn't for eldest brother back then, there wouldn't be the Yi Xian of today. Little friend, you're too modest. Subhuti sighed. Although he could not see Yi Xian's current cultivation level, Yi Xian was already a great saint when he left. What he faced was a mutated chaotic divine tribulation. After millions of years, Yi Xian had probably reached an unimaginable level. Both senior brothers are so powerful. Senior Brother Yi, can you teach me some Dharma formulations and divine abilities? I want to be as powerful as them, the girl said uneasily. Your brother Wukong's junior sister, so you're my junior sister. Of course, there's no problem, Yi Xian said with a smile. That's great. The girl did not know Yi Xian's cultivation level, but she could feel that Yi Xian was very, very powerful. At this moment, she cheered excitedly. Thank you for nurturing my disciple. Subhuti bowed to Yi Xian. He knew that he didn't have much of a relationship with Yi Xian. Everything was because of Sun Wukong. Yi Xian only agreed to the girl's request because of Sun Wukong. Patriarch, there's no need to be so courteous. You are Brother Wukong's teacher and also my elder. This is what I should do. Consider it my compensation to Brother Wukong. Yi Xian didn't let Subhuti kowtow because this was the place where Sun Wukong turned into a 5-colored divine stone. Yi Xian had never forgotten this place. Chanting the great Tao and passing on the teachings for 3 days. Yi Xian stayed in Fangsuan Mountain for 3 days to teach the girl. Naturally, Subhuti accompanied him. In fact, to a large extent, Yi Xian was also teaching Subhuti. After all, Subhuti couldn't beg Yi Xian because of his face. Yi Xian naturally had to consider Subhuti's face. Here's a bottle of 3 yuan pills. It's enough for Patriarch to steadily step into the Saint King realm. On the day Yi Xian left, he left behind a bottle of pills and flew away. Watching Yi Xian disappear into the horizon, the girl tugged at the corner of Subhuti's clothes and said in confusion, Master, why do I feel like you're very afraid of him? Even your tone of voice is very unnatural. Upon hearing the girl's words, Subhuti's face turned red. He was not afraid of Yi Xian, but he knew what Yi Xian had gone through in the past and what cultivation level he was at now. It was like a sheep and a tiger. Although the tiger was very close to the sheep and didn't have any intention of harming it, the sheep was still very afraid because this was the natural chasm between the strong and the weak. It was simply impossible to cross. To put it bluntly, it was the coercion of the superior to the inferior. Even if Yi Xian had restrained his Yangsheng realm aura, Subhuti could still feel the great pressure. Don't talk nonsense. Little friend Yi is Wukong's brother. Why would I be afraid of him? Subhuti's face turned red and he gave the girl a hard slap with his ruler. The girl immediately screamed and begged for mercy. On the other side, Yi Xian was strolling in the sky, heading in the direction of the Celestial Court. He wanted to go back to the Celestial Court to take a look, and then he planned to return to the chaotic world, because he had many more important things to do. However, after staying in Fansuan Mountain for 3 days, Yi Xian really felt what it meant to be lonely at the top. A feeling of loneliness lingered in his heart. In the past, Subhuti had treated him as a fellow Taoist, and the two of them had treated each other as equals. However, when they met again today, Yi Xian could clearly feel the fear in Subhuti's heart. Subhuti had been very careful in his conversation with him in the past 3 days, for fear of offending him. Yi Xian also finally understood that when a person was at the top, the people and things of the past were already in the past. There was already a difference between the strong and the weak when talking to someone who was not at the same level. Although Yi Xian had always understood this truth, when he personally experienced it, he still felt a little lonely. He also understood the saying that it was lonely at the top. Stop! When Yi Xian came to the southern heavenly gate unconsciously, a loud shout woke him up. He saw 2 golden-armored celestial generals blocking his way, looking at him angrily and majestically. Looking at the 2 celestial generals in front of him, Yi Xian did not know them at all. Obviously, after millions of years, the 4 heavenly kings guarding the southern heavenly gate had changed. May I know who you are and why have you come to the celestial court? One of the golden-armored celestial generals looked at Yi Xian in confusion. He opened his heavenly eyes to observe Yi Xian's cultivation, but to his surprise, he could not see through Yi Xian's cultivation, as if he was standing in front of a mass of air. Is Kong Xian in the celestial court? Yi Xian asked calmly. How dare you call the old celestial emperor by his name? The 2 celestial generals were furious. They raised their weapons and looked at Yi Xian with extremely unfriendly eyes. The old celestial emperor. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He remembered that he had passed the position of celestial emperor to Kong Xian before he left. How did Kong Xian become the old celestial emperor after millions of years? If Kong Xian is the old celestial emperor, then who is the current celestial emperor? Yi Xian asked curiously. Looking at Yi Xian's puzzled expression, the 2 golden-armored celestial generals looked at each other. Could he be a sage-to-be who had not appeared for a long time? Otherwise, how could he not know who the current celestial emperor was? The current ruler of the untainted land is Empress Qing Xian, one of the golden-armored celestial generals said majestically. Empress Qing Xian. Hearing this name, Yi Xian felt that it was familiar, but he could not remember where he had heard it. Who is making a racket at the southern heavenly gate? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. An old man in a white immortal robe walked over slowly. The 2 celestial generals' expressions changed and they hurriedly bowed to greet the old man. Sage-to-be Tai Bai, it was this Taoist who called the old celestial emperor by his name. We scolded him and disturbed your cultivation. Please don't blame us, the 2 golden-armored celestial generals said fearfully. Venus Tai Bai. Looking at the white-robed old man, Yi Xian smiled. He did not expect that after millions of years, Venus Tai Bai had only cultivated to the sage-to-be realm and was still an official of the celestial court. How dare you call me by my name? Where did you come from, wild Taoist, could it be? Venus Tai Bai shouted and looked at Yi Xian. He was the most senior official of the celestial court. Even Empress Qing Xian had to be courteous to him. He had not heard anyone call him by his name for a long time. However, when Tai Bai Jinxing saw Yi Xian, his berating voice abruptly stopped, and a perplexed expression gradually appeared on his face. You are. After a full 10 breaths of time, Tai Bai Jinxing's face gradually turned red. His eyes trembled as he looked at Yi Xian, and he unconsciously took 3 steps back. You don't recognize me after not seeing me for millions of years? Yi Xian lightly smiled. Chapter 1334. Boom! Tai Bai Jinxing stood stiffly on the ground like a clay sculpture. However, his body was trembling slightly, and the arrogance in his eyes had disappeared without a trace. All that was left was endless fear and shock. Celestial. Celestial Master. Plop. Under the horrified gaze of the two golden-armored heavenly generals, Venus Tai-Bai knelt down and kowtowed to Yi Xian excitedly, shouting the name of Celestial Master. Tai-Bai sage to be, you are. The two golden-armored heavenly generals were at a loss and could not believe what they had just seen. Tai-Bai sage to be was kneeling to an unknown person. This was simply a fantasy. Although Tai-Bai sage to be's cultivation was not top-notch in the celestial court, his seniority were almost unmatched. Even he did not need to kneel when he saw the Empress. Kneel, quickly kneel and pay respects to Holy Ancestor Celestial Master. The next moment, Venus Tai-Bai scolded with a flushed face, startling the two golden-armored heavenly generals. Although they hurriedly knelt down, they were still in a state of confusion. Holy Ancestor Celestial Master. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then a touch of understanding flashed across his eyes. It seemed that this title was given to him by the people of the celestial court after he left the untainted land. Get up. Yi Xian did not care about the red tape. Moreover, he only came back to see an old friend and did not want to waste too much time because of these red tape. Celestial Master, old minister missed you so much. You left for millions of years. Old minister could not sleep day and night and wished that he could leave with you. Now I regret it so much. At this moment, Venus Tai-Bai no longer had the demeanor of a sage-to-be. He was completely flattering and fawning. He came to Yi Xian with snot and tears running down his face. His words were full of sorrow and sincerity. That's enough. Wipe your tears away. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and a touch of helplessness flashed through his eyes. Tai-Bai jinxing was still as eloquent as before. He used to be his henchman in the celestial court, and now he had returned to his former self. However, Yi Xian also liked people like Venus Tai-Bai. This was because Venus Tai-Bai was someone who knew how to adapt to the situation. If Venus Tai-Bai hadn't betrayed the Jade Emperor back then, it would have been quite troublesome for him to kill the Jade Emperor. Looking at Yi Xian's furrowed brows, Venus Tai-Bai smiled awkwardly, then hurriedly led the way for Yi Xian. She even put on a fawning appearance. Looking at Venus Tai-Bai's servile attitude, the two golden-armored heavenly generals were stunned speechless. This was not the high and mighty sage-to-be Venus Tai-Bai. At this moment, he was even inferior to the heavenly generals who guarded the gate. However, the two golden-armored heavenly generals looked at each other, and a touch of fear flashed through their eyes. Someone who could make sage-to-be Venus Tai-Bai bow to her must have an unimaginable background. 33 Levels of Heaven. Yi Xian strolled on the Rainbow Bridge as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. There were celestial islands and pavilions as far as the eye could see. There were even red-crowned cranes flying by on both sides of the Rainbow Bridge. It gave the celestial court a sense of stability and prosperity. The past is like smoke, passing day and night. I didn't expect that after millions of years, the celestial court would still be the same as before I left. Not much has changed, Yi Xian whispered softly. You may not know, Celestial Master, but after you left, Celestial Emperor Kong Xian issued a decree that no one was to damage the celestial court. This was so that when you returned one day, you would still be able to see the celestial court in the past, Venus Tai-Bai hurriedly reported. Brother Kong Xian is very considerate. May I know where he is now, and who is Empress Qing Xian? Yi Xian asked. Celestial Emperor Kong Xian has been in seclusion for many years. As for Empress Qing Xian, Venus Tai-Bai looked strangely at Yi Xian, and did not continue speaking. With Yi Xian's intelligence, how could he not feel the coldness in Venus Tai-Bai's eyes? This made him slightly startled, and he asked, is this person related to me? Celestial Master, you really don't remember? Venus Tai-Bai smiled bitterly. Yi Xian's memory could be said to be very good. Even after millions of years, he could still remember what happened in the past. However, he really could not remember how he was related to Empress Qing Xian. Looking at Yi Xian's frown, Venus Taibai knew that Yi Xian really could not remember. This made him want to explain the whole story, but a rainbow bridge had already spread out from the Celestial Emperor Palace, and 81 bells rang throughout the Celestial Court. Disciple Qing Xian welcomes teacher back to the Celestial Court. Rumble. Countless immortal lights shot out from the Heavenly Emperor Palace as a large number of immortals rushed over from all directions. They saw an azure-clothed woman with a peerless appearance leading the immortals of the Heavenly Court towards Yi Xian. Welcome back to the Celestial Court, Celestial Master Saintly Ancestor. The Celestial Court was shaken. When Yi Xian returned to the Celestial Court, Venus Taibai had already sent the news to the Celestial Emperor Palace. This also made Empress Qing Xian lead the Celestial Court immortal demon kings to welcome him. You are. Looking at the woman in green, Yi Xian vaguely felt that she was somewhat familiar, and then suddenly understood. You are that little girl from back then? Yi Xian said with a smile. He finally remembered that when he returned to the untainted land, he had taken a little girl as his disciple, and even taught her some dharma. It was only because the little girl was very similar to Gu Xiaoxiao that he felt compassion for her. He did not expect that now, millions of years later, the disciple he casually took in back then would now become the master of the Celestial Court. No wonder he could not remember this person at first. Teacher. The little girl from back then had grown up, and her face no longer had that immature look. She knelt at the feet of Yi Xian, and sincerely kowtowed 3 times to Yi Xian. If teacher did not nurture me back then, there would not be Qing Xian today. Disciple kowtows to you. Good, good, good. Yi Xian said the word, good, 3 times in a row. Only then did Gu Qingxian get up, but she was obviously very uneasy. This was because although she was Yi Xian's disciple in name, the two of them did not have much interaction. Moreover, Gu Qingxian would never forget how terrifying her teacher was back then. The so-called sage-to-be and heavenly path sages all died tragically in his hands. This was something she had seen with her own eyes. Heavenly Lord. The demonic wind of heaven and earth blew, and a dozen figures appeared in front of Yi Xian in an instant, and then with a plop, they knelt on the ground. They were the sky-swallowing toad and the others who had followed Yi Xian before. Not only these old demon kings, but in the next moment, the immortals of the Jia sect also arrived in an instant. The leader was Shengongbao, who had not been seen for a long time, and many other old immortals of the Jia sect. They had not seen Yi Xian for millions of years. When these people saw him, they all knelt on the ground, and some even cried excitedly. Suddenly, the whole celestial court became extremely noisy. Looking at the demon kings and immortals who used to be his subordinates, Yi Xian was also very emotional. He reminisced about the past with them one by one, while Empress Qingxian and the other immortals carefully accompanied him, and even their breathing was very careful. It should be known that these demon kings and immortals were all sage-to-be. They were the old antiques of the celestial court, and had not been seen in the world for millions of years. Unexpectedly, they all came out of their own dojos today to welcome the Holy Ancestor Heavenly Lord. Chapter 1335. It was no wonder that the immortals of the celestial court were shocked. After all, they were new and had not experienced what happened back then, nor had they seen Yi Xian in person. Otherwise, they would have known why these old demon kings and immortals were so excited. Master, I have prepared a feast of peaches to welcome you back. Empress Qing Xian bowed to Yi Xian. No need. I just want to catch up with my old brothers. Now that the celestial court is under your control, you can go do what you need to do. Yi Xian was a heartless person, and it could be said that he was heartless in certain matters. Although Gu Qingxian was a disciple that he'd casually accepted back then, Yi Xian didn't have any master-disciple relationship with her. Moreover, the celestial court was now filled with new blood. He only came back to see his old friends. As for these immortals and demon kings who rose to power in the future, he naturally did not need to deal with them. Let's go. Buzz. Yi Xian waved his hand in the air. The power of time and space flowed and covered him and the old minister. In the next moment, all of them disappeared from the celestial court. This is the legendary power of time and space. Empress Qing Xian was shocked to see Yi Xian leading the old demon kings and immortals away. The immortals and demon kings behind her also gasped. This was because no one saw how Yi Xian and the rest disappeared. Empress, this person's cultivation is very strong. We have to take precautions. An immortal official lowered his voice and said to Empress Qing Xian. Obviously, Yi Xian's return had put a lot of pressure on them. If Yi Xian wanted to take back the Celestial Emperor's throne, what would they do in the future? How dare you slander my master? The Qing Xian Empress's expression changed abruptly. With a flip of her slender hand, she smashed the immortal official's soul into nothingness. This also caused the other immortals and demon kings' expressions to change. They didn't know why the Empress would be so ruthless towards her trusted aide. Remember, it was Holy Ancestor who created the Supreme Celestial Court. Without him, the Celestial Court would not have been able to unify the untainted land. If anyone dares to disobey me, I will definitely make him unable to reincarnate, Empress Qing Xian scolded coldly. We wouldn't dare, Your Majesty, please calm down. The immortal and monster kings hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, and this small interlude passed just like that. Jade Lake. A group of monsters and ancient immortals were by his side. All of them were old monsters and immortals from millions of years ago. A mystic light mirror appeared above the Jade Lake, showing the scene of Empress Qing Xian beating up the immortal official. Fortunately, Qing Xian girl is not blinded by power. Otherwise, I would definitely destroy these little bastards. After millions of years, the Rock Demon King had already cultivated to the 9th heaven of Small Saint Realm. He was only one step away from crossing the chaotic divine tribulation. He stared fiercely at the juniors in the mystic light mirror with contempt in his eyes. There is no need for Brother Rock Demon to do anything. These little bastards of the later generations are getting more and more outrageous. I, the sky-swallowing toad, will directly swallow all of them. When the time comes, we will follow the Holy Ancestor and lead the Celestial Court to the chaotic world. Isn't this a great thing in life? The sky-swallowing toad laughed wildly. Alright, we have already lived for millions of years. Why are we competing with these juniors? Today, the Holy Ancestor has returned. We will definitely drink until we are drunk, Shen Gongbao laughed and said. A worthy younger brother, I think Qing Xian girl can lead the entire Celestial Court well. Otherwise, I would not have passed the position of Celestial Emperor to her. In the central seat, Kong Xian and Yi Xian sat side by side. After millions of years, Kong Xian had already reached the Great Saint Realm. This time, when he heard that Yi Xian had returned, he hurriedly woke up from his seclusion. Don't worry, elder brother. How can I take the words of some juniors to heart? Moreover, the untainted land is too small. This time, I came back to see my old friends, Yi Xian said with a smile. Power was a good thing. It could blind the wisdom of many people. After millions of years, the Celestial Court had been injected with new blood. The older generation naturally withdrew from the stage of history. However, as long as the Celestial Court was not in chaos, Yi Xian naturally did not pay attention to these juniors. After all, at this moment, whether it was the Celestial Court or the untainted land, to Yi Xian, they were too insignificant for him to think about. As long as the foundation of the Celestial Court was still there, no matter how these juniors made trouble, Yi Xian naturally would not take a look at them. On this day, at the Jade Pool, people were exchanging cups and drinking merrily. Yi Xian also had a rare chance to relax. During the banquet, he chatted a lot with Kong Xian. It was not until everyone was drunk that they all dispersed under Kong Xian's command. Lunar Star, under the Tongtian osmanthus tree. Yi Xian and Kong Xian stood side by side. The three cenotaphs were spotless under the moonlight. Yi Xian was also silent at this moment. Fairy Xian's soul was scattered and she died. The moon fairy was killed by me. My martial niece Shui Ji also died tragically at the hands of Nuwa. I owe these three women. After a full 10 breaths of time, Yi Xian sighed and said. They have passed away. Why are you immersing yourself in the past? Kong Xian comforted him. Yi Xian was not too sad. He just looked at the three cenotaphs quietly, then shook his head and said, there are some things that I need to pay back. This is a debt that I owe, and I will pay it back in the future. In fact, I would like to go to the chaotic world with you and see the wider world outside. Unfortunately, our cultivation is too weak. It seems that we are invincible in the untainted land, but in the chaotic universe that you mentioned, I am afraid that we are not even ants. Kong Xian said weakly. I am used to being alone. If there is really someone to accompany me, I will not be used to it. Yi Xian said with a smile, but there was a sense of loneliness in his words. I know that you are leaving, and I don't know when we will see each other again. But I can promise you that as long as I am alive, the untainted land will be there and the celestial court will be there. If one day you are the enemy of the whole world and have no way out, then go back to the untainted land, because this will always be your home, and you will still be the master of the celestial court. Kong Xian said firmly. Way out. Yi Xian looked at the chaotic universe in the distance, and a touch of loneliness flashed across his eyes. It was because there was no way out for him. His path could only be forward, and as long as he took half a step back, he would fall into the abyss. Brother, I have 3 divine techniques, and each of them contains one of my attacks. If the untainted land really encounters a great enemy, these 3 divine techniques will be of help to you. Yi Xian thought about it and threw 3 jade talismans at Kong Xian. Kong Xian solemnly put them away, knowing that Yi Xian was leaving them as a foundation for the untainted land. Looking at the jade talismans in Kong Xian's hands, Yi Xian frowned slightly, wondering if he should tell Kong Xian about the eternal shadow. However, Yi Xian didn't hesitate for too long. Finally, he said, if there really is a great enemy, these 3 divine techniques won't be able to repel him. Brother, you can go to Broken Mountain and shout for Gai Tianyuan 3 times. He will definitely be able to repel the invaders. Yi Xian thought about it for a long time, but in the end, he still didn't tell Kong Xian about the eternal shadow. However, Gai Tianyuan had become the servant of the eternal shadow, and he was also an immortal realm expert. He should be able to protect the untainted land. I understand. Kong Xian didn't ask who Gai Tianyuan was, but if Yi Xian mentioned him so seriously, he must be an extremely terrifying existence. Brother, farewell. We will meet again if fate wills it. Yi Xian took a step forward. He no longer had any lingering feelings for the great desolate world and disappeared from Kong Xian's eyes. This was because he wanted to open up an era that belonged to him, Yi Xian. An era that was truly invincible in this world and belonged only to him. Chapter 1336. 3 months later. Die, all of you. Chi. A grey light penetrated the starry sky of the universe, and hundreds of giant beasts of the starry sky turned into ashes. A terrifying figure came from the end of the starry sky, and a fierce aura flashed across his body. I'm finally back. Yi Xian looked at the chaotic world in front of him with a smile. He activated the power of time and space, and directly turned into a long rainbow and shuttled back to the central territory. After 3 months of space travel, even though Yi Xian's cultivation was already at the Yangsheng realm, it still took him 3 months to return to the chaotic world. Fortunately, the return journey was more daunting than dangerous. Even the giant starry sky beasts that had been harassing him had finally given up on chasing him. Qi. Heaven and earth were boundless, and like light and lightning, Yi Xian, who had stepped into the Yangqing realm, was much more powerful than before. His speed was so fast that no one could catch a trace of him. Taoist friend, save me. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was about to enter the great central region, he heard a panicked voice from behind him, accompanied by a few cold roars of killing. Yi Xian was definitely not a nosy person, and the life and death of others had nothing to do with him. However, this voice was somewhat familiar to him, so he naturally looked towards the source of the voice. Ji Biao. When he saw the fleeing person, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Wasn't this woman Ji Biao, who was fighting with him at the heaven-mending sex grand ceremony? If Yi Xian remembered correctly, this woman had an elder brother called Ji Zhonglu, and both of them were disciples of the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace. Moreover, this woman was a disciple of a supreme orthodoxy. Who dared to chase after her? In a split second, Yi Xian thought about a lot of things. However, before Yi Xian could do anything, Ji Biao had already arrived by his side and angrily rebuked the person chasing after her. If you want to kill me, have you asked my senior? Scram! In an instant, a cold rebuke was heard. It was a woman in black. Her skin was as white as jade, and her silver hair was scattered behind her head. She looked like an ancient glacier. The long saber in her hand slashed towards Yi Xian. Her cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd level of the creation realm, and there were signs that she was about to step into the extreme Yin realm. Someone from the Undying Heaven Palace. Yi Xian only took a glance at this woman, and he could tell that this black-clothed woman was from the Undying Heavenly Palace. Furthermore, she had cultivated the Undying Immortal Scripture, so she should be a spirit lady of the Undying Heavenly Palace. No wonder Ji Biao was not her opponent. However, Yi Xian felt that something was off. The strongest orthodoxies had never interfered with each other's business. Why were the disciples of these two factions fighting to the death? Moreover, they had appeared in the chaotic cosmos. However, Yi Xian didn't have time to think. The black-clothed woman slashed at him with the intent to take his life. This caused Yi Xian's eyes to narrow as a cruel sneer appeared on his face. Clang! A pair of jade-like fingers, like two pillars that could hold up the sky, gently clamped the long saber between them. A terrifying sound erupted. No matter how the black-clothed woman unleashed her terrifying cultivation, she couldn't pull the long saber out from between Yi Xian's fingers. A mere 3rd-stage creation realm cultivator dares to brandish a saber at me? Yi Xian smiled coldly, his lips curling into a cruel and sinister smile. When the black-clothed woman saw this, she couldn't help but shudder. Senior, who are you? Why are you interfering in the battle between the strongest seeds? Aren't you afraid that the Undying Heavenly Palace will hold you accountable? The black-clothed woman frowned and questioned. She wasn't afraid of Yi Xian's terrifying cultivation. The black-clothed woman wasn't afraid of Yi Xian because she had the backing of a strongest orthodoxy. Even if Yi Xian's cultivation was powerful, he still had to consider the consequences of offending the Undying Heavenly Palace. Are you threatening me? Yi Xian laughed. Suddenly, his laughter was very evil and cruel, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. We're fighting for the position of the strongest seeds. How can you interfere? Let go of me now. Otherwise, when the protectors of my palace arrive, they'll definitely take your life. The black-clothed woman might have been spoiled too much. She didn't know what it meant to have a sinister heart. It would have been better if she hadn't said those words. After saying those words, she was destined to die today. Crack! In the next moment, Yi Xian's face revealed a sinister and cruel expression. His jade-like fingers suddenly exerted force and directly snapped the black-clothed woman's long saber in his hand. Before the black-clothed woman could react, Yi Xian took a step forward and arrived beside her. His 5 fingers suddenly pressed against the black-clothed woman's head as his cold and emotionless voice quietly rang out. If one is ignorant, even the heavens can't save him. Pfft. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he exerted force with his 5 fingers pressed against the woman's head and actually broke her head. He didn't have any intention of showing her any mercy. Roar! Yi Xian's Calamity Transcender technique was activated. Even if he didn't care about this woman's cultivation, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Yi Xian hated such a shameful act of wasting resources. Sizzle! The black-clothed woman's flesh and blood melted. Under the terrifying devouring power of the Calamity Transcender technique, her entire body turned into a skeleton. As a violent astral wind blew, this skeleton turned into ashes and dissipated. Yi Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes were calm and unperturbed, as if he had just done something very casual. However, when Yi Xian turned around to look for Ji Biao, he found that the other party had already fled without a trace. This made Yi Xian frown slightly. Then, he stepped into the Grand Central Territory. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian didn't want to get involved in the battles between these supreme orthodoxies. Even if they fought each other to the death, Yi Xian would just treat it as a joke. However, Ji Biao was a member of the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace. As the saying goes, Yi Xian had a past with the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace. Yi Xian couldn't just watch Ji Biao die in front of him. This was also the reason why Yi Xian wanted to get involved in this matter. In a nameless mountain range in the Grand Central Territory. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted from Ji Biao's mouth. Her face was extremely pale. She staggered through the mountain forest with lingering fear on her face from time to time. Fortunately, that person just blocked this witch for me. Otherwise, I would have definitely died in her hands. Ji Biao whispered with lingering fear. However, she was so focused on escaping that she didn't see Yi Xian's face clearly. She only felt that the other party's aura was extremely powerful. He must be an expert in the yin-yang realm. Now that she had escaped from the black-clothed woman's pursuit, she was slightly relieved. However, she was severely injured and needed to return to the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace as soon as possible to heal her injuries. I saved your life. Aren't you going to say thank you? Just as Ji Biao was hiding her tracks and shuttling through the mountain forest, a dark figure quietly blocked her path. This also caused Ji Biao to stop in shock. You're that senior just now. After the shock, Ji Biao quickly calmed down. She knew that she had met an expert. She didn't expect that this expert could defeat the black-clothed woman so quickly and even find her. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.